Good morning, dear friends. Welcome back to Harpa and to the Imagine Forum for our second day. I'm very excited about this day because this is when we get to dig deeper. To get us started into the day, we have with us Rector and President of the University of Iceland, Mr. Jón Atli Benediktsson, for some opening remarks. And then Silja Bára Ómarsdóttir will take over, my colleague, Professor of International Relations at the University of Iceland, with the opening panel on peace and security implications of climate change for the Nordic region. But now, Jón Atli, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the introduction, Pia. Distinguished guests, both here in Harpa and online, it's a great pleasure for me to be with you here today and welcome you to the second day of the conference, the Imagine Forum, Nordic Solidarity for Peace. This is the 7th time that the Höfði Reykjavík Peace Centre at the University of Iceland holds the Imagine Forum in Reykjavík, now in cooperation with the Icelandic Presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. And I'm always telling Pia that I'm so impressed by their activities, and we at the University of Iceland, we gave the Institute of International Affairs an award last semester I should say, because I'm very impressed. So thank you very much for your activities, I really appreciate that. And it's truly inspiring to see so many dedicated thinkers, researchers, artists, activists, and decision makers gathered here in Reykjavík to explore different ways to reach peaceful resolutions to the complex challenges of the 21st century. Today's global challenges, whether they are war, climate change, economic inequality, or political instability, require innovative, multidisciplinary solutions. The aim of the Imagine Forum is to encourage an open discussion and collaboration between scholars, artists, creators, and decision makers. By working together across disciplines and borders, we can yield transformative ideas that bridge the gap between knowledge and action. Research, and we love to talk about research at the university, research equips us with knowledge, understanding, and insights into the root causes of conflicts, the impact of policy decisions, and the pathways to reconciliation. Research and education also helps us counter ignorance and intolerance. The Nordic region, known for its rich history of diplomacy, cooperation, and commitment to peace, can and should make substantial contributions to the study and resolution of conflicts around the world. By pooling our intellectual resources, collaboration across borders, and sharing best practices, we can amplify the impact of our research. We can develop a deeper understanding of regional and international conflicts, identify commonalities, and exchange valuable insights with researchers from different regions, I should say. This conference is an excellent opportunity to share knowledge and experiences, learn from one another, and challenge assumptions. And I know you had a great day yesterday. Today you will continue. I wish you a wonderful day, a wonderful conference, and thank you very much for allowing me to open today.
informative and enlightening. My name is Silja Bora Ómarsdóttir. I'm a professor of international affairs at the University of Iceland and research director at Höfði Peace Centre. And it is absolutely wonderful to be here, having worked with Pia and the staff at the Institute for almost a decade now in developing the center and seeing how it has grown to have this amazing event here. Of course, having it here in Harpa, of course, is especially pleasing. This is a wonderful location to be. I'm joined today by 5 colleagues. 3 will be here in the room and 2 online. We will start with short introductory remarks from Cedric de Koning, who is a research professor at NUPI, our sister institute in Norway. And here on the stage, if you would join me, are going to be Emma Hakala, Senior Research Fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, Minoo Kofod, Senior Research Fellow at NUPI, the Nordic Institute of International Affairs, and Kyung-Mi Kim, Senior Researcher at the Swedish International Peace Research Institute. And online, also from NUPI, will be Tobias Etzold, who is also a Senior Research Fellow there. So if my colleagues would join me up on the stage, and then we will switch to online remarks. Cedric, you're here. Wonderful to see you, and thank you for the email this morning that we have a research report that's going to be published on Nordic collaboration with Africa on peace and security next week. Quite different from the topic that we're talking about today, but still the climate implications certainly are equally relevant. We now have all our colleagues here. I know you can't see us, Cedric, but I will hand over to you for a few comments before we get started.
Thank you so much, Celia, and good morning, everyone. I regret that I'm not able to be with you in person this morning, especially since I was part of the initiative to pull this panel together, also as part of our Nordic and Baltic climate security network that is focused in on this region, on this topic rather. But I appreciate very much the opportunity to make some opening remarks. Let me start by saying that we know that the gradual rise in global temperatures, which we commonly refer to as climate change, is already disrupting weather patterns, changing ecosystems, and exacerbating environmental degradation. These changes are happening faster in the Nordic region than in the rest of the world, and are already resulting in the melting of Arctic ice, permafrost, and glaciers. Over time, this will lead to, among other things, rising sea levels that would make some coastal zones where most people in the Nordic region currently live uninhabitable in this century. Climate change is also expected to increase the scope and frequency of extreme weather events, such as droughts, floods, and heat waves, which will have an impact on the primary industries in the Nordic region, including agriculture, forestry, and fisheries. And these climate-related stresses, in combination with factors such as increased global rivalry for natural resources and a changing global order, will exacerbate existing vulnerabilities and drive compounding and cascading effects that may undermine the resilience of communities and institutions in the Nordic region, and that could have a negative impact on social cohesion and human security. Some effects of climate change, such as seasonal changes in the polar ice cap, has also increased hard security risks in the Arctic region. And I know Tobias will talk more about this later. The Arctic region is becoming more accessible to shipping and extractive industries, and this may increasingly lead to an Arctic scramble that will exacerbate geopolitical tensions in the Nordic region. However, it's important to also stress that cooperation to manage shared natural resources like fish stocks or to cope with transboundary natural disasters can also contribute to sustaining peace in our region by strengthening social cohesion and societal resilience. The impact of climate change on our lives is not predetermined by our exposure to climate change. Climate change may influence our options, but we can choose how to respond to these climate-related stresses. And the choices we make under stress from climate and environmental causes is influenced by our adaptive capacity and resilience. And we can influence these negative effects of climate change by, firstly, reducing emissions of greenhouse gases, slowing biodiversity loss, and taking other steps to prevent environmental degradation. But also, secondly, by investing in those capacities that will enable us to adapt, including especially our social cohesion and societal resilience. This panel this morning will discuss the profound implications that climate change will have for our present and future human and hard security, but also the opportunities we have to influence how we build and sustain peace, including in the Nordic region. So with these few words, I wish you a fruitful exchange of ideas and suggestions, and back to you, Silja.
So much, Cedric. We're going to start here on the stage, and then we will welcome your colleague Tobias with us online. Cedric mentioned many issues that we need to think about when it comes to climate change, and each of you are going to bring a different perspective and the impact of climate change on peace and security in the Nordic region. And I wonder if I could start with you, Emma. You are looking specifically at the geopolitical risks that accompany climate change in the Nordic region. So do you want to get us started?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to be here. This is a really interesting and very nice event, I think. But I think Cedric already covered quite well the sort of basics of how these, especially he mentioned these cascading and compound impacts of climate change, which I think that I will be talking about quite a lot. And I think that it's important to understand that there are such risks associated with climate change, because I think that in the Nordic countries we have tended to maybe think that we are relatively safe from climate change. We are in many ways resilient. We have relatively strong democracies and are relatively wealthy countries, and also maybe the direct risks of climate change are expected to be a bit less severe than in some other parts of the world. But I think that this is partly also a kind of an illusion that we have sort of wanted to tag on to somehow. And we tend to forget that at the same time we are also very reliant on exports and imports and on the multilateral world system. So in that sense, the kinds of impacts that climate change has on at the sort of more systemic level are going to be very relevant for the Nordic countries. And kind of to make it a bit easier to tackle, I guess, I tend to categorize the sort of security impacts of climate change into three categories. So first there are the direct impacts, which are the sort of extreme weather and flooding, things like that, that directly affect our security. But then we have what I call the cascading impacts, where climate change is associated with all kinds of societal, economic, and geopolitical impacts. So these could be issues like forced migration, or in some cases conflict, and supply chain disruptions and things like that. And it's important to note in these kinds of impacts that it is not only climate change, but the combination of its impact with other factors. And then finally, we have the transition impacts, which are associated with mitigating and adapting to climate change, because we have left it so late in a way that we need to make such structural systemic changes that they will inevitably have some effect on our security, which is not to say that we shouldn't be mitigating climate change, of course. And all of these are somehow reflected geopolitically also on the Nordic countries. So for example, if we look at even in Europe, we've had very sort of severe extreme weather, like the heat waves in the past years. And even though, if I think from the point of view of my own country, Finland, this hasn't directly actually impacted Finland so much. We haven't, for example, last summer we didn't have a heat wave. We had a rather poor or normal Finnish summer. But the implications of what happens in Europe or the continental Europe has impacts on Finland and on its security. So, for example, when the cooling of nuclear power plants is inhibited due to low water levels and also overly heated water, that will, through various chains of effects, have impacts on the price of energy, and therefore may have, especially if this is again associated with some geopolitical impacts, like now we had the Russian attack on Ukraine. This will have economic impacts also for Finland. And I think as we go further and the implications of climate change become more severe, then we are also in Europe dealing with political issues, and some countries, especially in the south, being more severely impacted than the countries in the north. How do we then, do we come up with some sort of recompensation system to enable these southern countries to adapt better, and whether in the political climate that we have now, there will actually be space for that kind of a development, or whether the EU will actually end up somehow increasingly disintegrating or developing into these sort of regions within EU, or whether these impacts will then feed into all kinds of populist discourses in the EU member countries. I think that even though these sound maybe a little bit exaggerated visions of the future, I think unfortunately they are not, as we have also maybe seen in the past few years, that the political situation can change very fast. So what I would also like to then point out is a little bit what Cedric was also saying, that it is up to us to adapt and to come up with solutions. And of course, with these kinds of geopolitical impacts, it's unfortunately rather difficult to prevent them, because they are dependent on such different kinds of factors, and often they develop through such complicated chains of effects. But I don't think that that means that we should at least try to foresee them and to come up with some sort of preparedness measures against them. And if we are able to follow these weather impacts and then as they are starting to develop, for example, a heat wave in Europe, we can kind of monitor the political situation and somehow try to foresee what kinds of impacts we might be dealing with. And the last point that I want to make is that I really think that the Nordic countries should increasingly cooperate on this kind of preparedness together, because I think that the impacts that we are going to be seeing and dealing with are going to be very similar. So we would really benefit from exchanging information and coming up with all kinds of preparedness systems together, rather than all countries doing it on their own. But I'll stop. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Emma. If we look at another aspect of security, Manu, you work on social cohesion, resilience, and human security, which of course all is severely affected by climate change. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. Very happy to be both in Reykjavik and at this forum, very interesting and important event. Yes, so when considering social cohesion and human security as it connects to climate change, we tend to think of impacts of catastrophic natural disasters and humanitarian crises emerging from extreme weather events, often in the global southern countries, countries that perhaps experience and see the consequences of climate change in a different way than we normally do here in the north. Especially countries with high levels of pre-existing socio-economic vulnerabilities, such as extreme poverty, dependency on subsistence agriculture, or countries affected by existing and prolonged violent conflicts, are often also less resilient to tackle the negative impacts of climate change. Extreme weather events, heat waves, and prolonged rainfalls causing droughts, flooding, soil erosion, land degradation, shrinking agricultural land, and reduction of food and freshwater sources, put additional pressure on resources which are already scarce. In many cases, this has an adverse impact on social cohesion and could increase existing tensions within or between communities, or even lead to eruptions of violence. Financially disadvantaged and conflict-ridden countries in the global south also tend to have fewer financial opportunities to adapt to climate change, which otherwise could have had a positive impact on resilience. This all becomes a vicious circle where multiple vulnerabilities, economic vulnerabilities, down-spiraling national economies, and climate vulnerabilities feed into each other and reinforce each other. The imbalance in how hard which countries are hit by the negative effects of climate change in that sense also intersects with global inequalities. So in the Nordic region, the contextual situation is so different that we need also to think differently when seeking to understand the connections between climate change on the one hand and social cohesion, resilience, and human security on the other. Although extreme weather events do not lead to humanitarian disasters, perhaps in the Nordics, as they often do in other parts of the world, the Nordic region struggles with serious environmental challenges. Some examples are biodiversity loss, altered ecosystems, melting glaciers, excessive waste stemming from overconsumption, and the limited circular economy which reinforces the former, to mention only some. The Nordic region is also home to indigenous peoples who are more vulnerable to the negative effects of climate change because they, to a larger extent than others, are dependent on the nature, functional ecosystems, and biodiversity for their subsistence and cultural survival as peoples. Furthermore, high material standards, consumption patterns, and a pretty enormous ecological footprint also characterize the Nordics. As a matter of fact, we have amongst the highest CO2 emissions per capita in the world. In addition, there are also high levels of social trust, trust in public institutions, and high level of social cohesion in this region. This combination, I think, actually placed the Nordic states in an excellent position when it comes to allocate the needed financial and human resources to effectively engage in climate mitigation and adaptation, which in sum creates very favorable conditions for deepening our local resilience to climate change. And Nordic governments have adopted what appears to be fairly ambitious plans and policies aiming to reduce our ecological footprint through, for instance, green transition initiatives. However, I argue that the way some of these projects relate with local and affected communities, and in particular indigenous Sami communities, run the risk of undermining their potential usefulness as green projects and lead to negative and unintended social, environmental, and cultural consequences. So I will then turn to the Norwegian context, which I know the best. So green transition and extractive initiatives in the shape of wind power plant construction on land is one example of a source of social and political tension in affected areas, as projects and concessions for years have been implemented with little, insufficient, or no consultation or consensus with local populations. Climate mitigation and adaptation initiatives, when applied in manners which do not sufficiently consider the local interests, needs, grievances, cultural practices, or local knowledge in those areas, may lead to local anger, resistance, and distrust in established politics and political parties, and thereby threaten the social cohesion that we are so proud of in the Nordics. And in the case of Norway, we continue to construct green wind power farms on indigenous Sami land, despite what seems to be widespread opposition by local and indigenous communities. Sami communities in Øyfjellet and Fosen, for instance, are two such examples. The Sami communities there experience that reindeer avoid grazing in areas where they can see or hear wind turbines, and they can also disrupt the migration of reindeer, which is of crucial importance in the winter months. A study by Susanne Normann from the University of Oslo shows that reindeer herding is key to Southern Sami cultural survival, both in terms of language, knowledge transfers, and cultural belonging. She shows that the Green Transition Project with wind power as example represents an historical continuation of a process where the foundations for the future continuation of reindeer herding are gradually reduced. Sami communities thereby become exposed to a double burden of climate change, one considering direct and negative impacts of climate change, and the other on the adaptation measures implemented to combat climate change. Earlier this year, there were massive, long-lasting protests and demonstrations occurring in front of the Norwegian Parliament in Oslo, where Sami activists for weeks chained themselves to the entrances of different governmental departments to protest against what they saw as human rights violations on indigenous rights with regards to the wind power park in Fosen indigenous Sami land. And a High Court decision also confirmed their experience. Actually, today there's new demonstrations and a camp in front of the Norwegian Parliament on the same case I read in the news this morning. And as a matter of fact, court cases against wind power projects, which is a part of the green transition, on the basis that they violate Sami indigenous rights, are popping up in several different parts of the country. I would like to end then with a kind of proposition or something to think about in terms of policy making, and that is that I think that it's important to keep in mind that political and social polarization might be the result when decisions are taken without sufficiently consider the grievances of local population, or when not applying an holistic and rights-based understanding when assessing the impacts on climate change and the environment in favor of a very narrow focus where the ecological footprint is reduced to emissions alone. We have to think holistically. Thank you.
Thank you, Mano. Very interesting points. And where you started out with the different settings that we're dealing with, the picture that we get in our minds of the South versus the impact that we have to deal with in the Nordic region and our social context. And I think that leads us nicely into Kyung-mi's intervention, and I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about how the Nordics can engage in this conversation at the global level. What can our contributions be to peace and security and climate change?
Thank you. Thanks so much for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. So I'm Kyung-mi, and I'm from Stockholm International Peace Research Institute. So we have been working with this climate-related security issues for quite some time. I think we're one of the first organizations that focuses on peace and security to work on this issue. So now the conversation has more shifted towards climate, peace, security, which makes a different connotation from just talking about climate change and security. So we now look more broadly, what are the contributions that climate resilient actions can also have for peace building. So forming this still ongoing global debate in multilateral settings, like at the UN and also at the EU, even in NATO, OSCE, various organizations, actually the footprints of the Nordic countries have been quite significant. So I think so I have thought about this in three different ways. So first way is this institutional platforms where the Nordic countries have been the champion of this agenda. So I think Sweden, Norway have been in the UN Security Council as a non-permanent member states, and they have really push this agenda forward. And now the European membership is with Switzerland, so it's not with the Nordic country, but I think still the agenda is high on the Council, and the contribution from Norway and also from previously Sweden has been highly recognized, and that's a kind of a primary example of how, well, small countries, we can say, make a big footprint in global discussions, important global discussions. So related to this, so this climate, peace, security, I think this is not a contribution to be made, but I think this is a contribution that's already been made. That's this Nordic, I mean, I don't think you will agree this is a Nordic way of thinking about the linkage between environment, security, and peace. But I think there is a strong tradition in this part of the world to think about these things as an integrated set of issues instead of environment management goes here and security goes here and peace building goes on the different boxes. I think this breaking silos and integrative concepts and models and way of thinking is quite natural to Nordic countries, and a lot of the decision makers share this idea of climate, peace, security have to be come together in a way that there's no security without consideration for the environment and climate. Peace also has to be making peace with the nature, having climate resilient future. So I think there is a lot of this integrative thinking comes from the tradition, from sustainable development, and even starting from the 1970s. I think so the region really has already offered the world these fundamental ideas about sustainability having also integral part in peace and security. So I think that's, I would say that already the contribution has been made. I think this is now in forms of different ways of combining climate, peace, security in the forms of, for example, the climate resilient peace building is a thing now. So peace building missions try to have a climate advisors, trying to have nature-based solutions for some of the interventions. So peace building measures also include measures to reduce climate vulnerability. And also we look at climate sensitive climate adaptations, the conflict sensitive climate adaptation efforts, which is also a framework that shows this integration is crucial. So that's the second contribution from the Nordic countries. And the last, I think, is, well, I'm going back to, I think it was mentioned earlier yesterday about this development cooperation as something that can play a role in building climate resilience and climate resilient peace. So development cooperation, of course, you know that Nordic countries are big contributors of a lot of development cooperation fundings and also climate financing. I mean, for example, Norway is a very big contributor, and also other Nordic countries. I think, so these supports can also focus on, also include climate resilience as one of the primary or secondary goals that can be included as part of the development. Because development without climate resilience is not probably the true development. So yeah, I think these are the, well, I hope you agree, but the Nordic contribution to the world that is not trivial. I think it can also continue to be strengthened with more cooperation between countries to share these perspectives, working together on building these strong connections between climate, peace, and security in the future.
Thank you, Kyung-mi. And I think this, you know, this discussion of the development and the cooperation, it provides a good mirror to bring in our next speaker, who is online. So if we can get Tobias up here. Hi, Tobias, nice to see you. You're working more or less on the development and cooperation. You're looking at the military impact or the impact of climate change on military security in the Nordic and the Arctic regions. And I think we've heard some references, for example, about the impact of, well, development to mitigate climate change in Sami regions in the Nordic, in the north, And we can imagine how great the impact of military activity is going to be in that region. So if you want to bring in some perspectives on the impact of climate change in the Nordic and the Arctic on military security.
Yes, I try to. Well, thank you very much, Silja, and for the nice introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation. Apologies that I can't be there in person, but modern technology makes it possible that I at least can talk to you and participate in this very relevant and very interesting and also very timely discussion, because there is a lot going on right now everywhere in the North, in the Arctic, and in other parts of the world in relation to climate change, but also other things. As to the Arctic has been marked as something which many academics, politicians call Arctic exceptionalism, according to which the region has been a place for constructive, pragmatic, and mainly scientific cooperation, and therefore also has been an area of low tensions, despite disagreements and tensions outside the region, which sometimes went into the region as well. But overall, the region since the Cold War has overall been peaceful, and countries were really cooperating as constructively as possible with each other. But we can also see that for the last few years, or maybe 15 to 20 years, the Arctic also has been increasingly emerging as an arena of global rivalry over military power, but also other forms of power, influence, and resources between the United States, Russia, and China. So in particular, the big global powers really have been stepping in. Obviously, Russia and the US are Arctic countries. China is not, but sees itself as a near Arctic country, and also has an increasing interest in the region, in particular in shipping lanes and the resources. And all of these countries have stepped up the Arctic engagement in recent years on the commercial level, but also on the military level. Climate change, and this is also a very important factor for developments in the Arctic, opened the region for external actors such as China, but also others, and at least part of its made part of its rich resources better accessible, although it's still very difficult to exploit them. The conditions are still harsh there, and make commercial activity not impossible, but in often cases also not really rewardable. There is a certain fear of conflicts about resources and territorium, which, however, haven't really occurred to the extent as many have predicted a couple of years ago. So the region is still relatively peaceful. There are no direct conflict resources. But at least a warmer Arctic will lead, as I said, to more commercial and civilian activity and more shipping. And this possibly could lead to more accidents and misunderstandings, the so-called gray zone operations that, for example, fish trawlers or commercial ships are used for spying activities, which we sometimes indeed can see in the region. While climate change, with all its implications, has been an issue for the region for a while, there is now a new situation in the Arctic since the beginning of last year, since Russia attacked the Ukraine and invaded Ukraine. The region is directly affected by the interaction of two ongoing global crises, namely climate change and Russia's war against Ukraine. As to climate change, scientists say that temperatures in the Arctic rise 4 times faster than the global average, and therefore the region is facing dramatic environmental changes such as melting ice, the permafrost thawing, etc., as Cedric has already mentioned. In the period of the so-called Arctic exceptionalism, climate change in a way kept the countries, including Russia, together. So they tried through cooperation, to mitigate the effects and at least try to come up with some solutions for the direct effects of climate change for the region. But now, since we see the end of Arctic exceptionalism since the start of Russia's war against Ukraine, there is now an even greater problem for the region, which that there is no functioning platform any longer for cooperation involving all the countries. And this lack in dialogue and cooperation and an increasing reliance on military approaches and an increasing number of military exercises bears indeed a risk of escalating conflicts, or at least miscommunication and misunderstanding. So we see a certain comeback of hard security in the Arctic region, but in the Nordic region in general, of which also NATO accession of Finland and possibly soon Sweden is clear evidence for. Because of all these factors, climate change and the ongoing global competition and global conflicts, and the Arctic is becoming increasingly strategically important for multinational forces, for NATO forces and their allies. Global warming, and this I think is a very important point, and increasing strategic competition make the necessity for military operations more likely, but at the same time also more difficult, complex and costly, as operating in this evolving, difficult environment bears many challenges, which range again from extreme and unpredictable weather conditions. Yes, maybe the Arctic becomes more accessible for shipping, but it is not easier than before to navigate. There is still ice, you still need heavy material, icebreakers. So yeah, overall navigating is not much easier than it was before. And also permafrost fall, for example, could undermine military infrastructure, ports and runways. So overall military operations become even more difficult in this current climate. And they also could reduce the constraints for force protection in the Arctic, the increasing accessibility of the Arctic and new economic opportunities and related changes in the Arctic bring forward, and I quote from a report, new security realities, including the potential for increased drone, submarine and intelligence gathering activities, and concerning signs of a strategic capabilities arms race starting in the region. And we can see indeed that already before the current crisis and already before the Crimea crisis in 2014, Russia stepped up its military activities, reopened some of the military bases from the Cold War period, and the other countries, the Western countries, are basically kind of forced to do that as well. And particularly in recent years, we see quite a lot of military activities from the American, from the Canadian, from the Nordic side in the region as well. So all these factors together increase the need for stronger multinational force situational awareness, operational capability, coordination, which I think is a very important point, and policy changes. Because so far various capability and coordination gaps, for example, insufficiency in resources and modern equipment, such as icebreakers, and missing joint command structures. For example, NATO so far does not have a joint command structure specifically for the Arctic at place, restricts the capabilities and abilities to address the current and future challenges adequately. This means that enhancing multinational force Arctic abilities requires a robust policy framework and better coordination of policies and activities in order to maintain a strong and effective security presence in the region and to ensure an operational advantage towards competitors, Russia, China, in a rapidly changing climate and threat-based environment. But there is also, and this is my last point, a need for adaptation of the armed forces itself. As a consequence of climate change, armed forces have to adapt. They have to play a role both in climate adaptation and mitigation efforts. So a so-called greening of the armed forces, for example, running vehicles on renewable fuels. But this is, however, very difficult in a harsh environment such as the Arctic, where you need heavy material, which so far can only run on heavy oil, for example. So all in all, there are changes. There are many challenges for the countries of the region, for the armed forces. of the region. There is no direct Arctic conflict so far. But again, because of the difficult global situation and also perhaps positive of climate change, and we don't know yet how that will further develop, but it is predicted that climate change will have further huge implications on the Arctic, for example, when it comes to ice melting and permafrost. Fall will probably be better accessible, and therefore there is a certain risk that then also conflicts about resources in the Arctic itself emerge. Thank you very much.
It was really a lot of food for thought there. I'd like to encourage the audience to start thinking about questions that you might want to propose to the panel. We already have one hand. Hey, are you running the microphone? Okay. Two hands here at the front table. While we're getting that, maybe we can, just for me to put this in, where Tobias ended, the climate impact of military activity itself, of course, the more military activity that we're going to see in, well, with NATO's borders moving closer to Russia's borders, for example, are we going to see more military activity? How is that going to impact the climate? And of course, the living conditions, for example, of the Sami people who rely on that. But I want to invite our audience, we'll put that in there for maybe further responses. If you would introduce yourselves and state whom the question is for.
Mr. Hedman from Ocean Integrity, Iceland. Our organization is against wind turbines offshore because they are disturbing the ocean terribly. There are so many whales are being washed to the sea, and we are really, really strong in that point, you know, because they cost a lot and they really don't do enough. And for the ocean, it's disaster. Is there any possibility that the summer in the north, they will be joining with us in the ocean, you know, to have these discussions against the wind turbines? Because the amount of energy that they can bring is not that much as the cost that is wind turbines offshore or inland, they cost for people.
Okay, thank you. And you also had a question. We'll take both.
Thank you very much. Gabriel Donen from Experts for Security and Global Affairs, Romania. I have a question for all of you. But first of all, thank you very much for this very interesting subject of the panel. So my question is it advisable in the current geopolitical context and situation in the Nordic, marked by the war in Ukraine and Russian aggression over Ukraine and sanctions status imposed on the Russian Federation to reestablish the robust dialogue and cooperation with the Russian Federation within the Arctic Council, because we know that this Arctic Council, this institution, it's a very important organization in environmental conservation, research management, and regional stability in the north. Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you, Manu, do you want to maybe address the Sami question, the wind turbines?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I fully captured the essence of the question, actually. So
yeah, if I understood it correctly, the question would be whether the Sami would join in on fighting against wind turbines offshore. Okay.
Well, that's difficult for me to say, but and I know the Norwegian context better than in other places. But in the context of Norway, I would be very surprised if they would not join forces. But it depends, of course, on the basis of the criticism. I think they are protesting against the wind turbine power plants on land on the basis that it's contradicting indigenous rights, so it's a human rights related issue for them. So if I don't know if your organization or if the resistance here in Iceland are also framing the wind turbine projects in the context of human rights, or or if it's other things that is kind of the foundation for the criticism. So it's difficult to say, but yeah. So I'm not able to, since I'm also not a Sami myself, I'm not able to speak on behalf of a community that I do not represent. So yeah.
Thank you. Maybe did anybody else want to respond to that one? Just because you brought up the Sami issues. If not, maybe we'll move to the other question about the lack of dialogue, and this may be Kyung-mi and Tobias. If I ask you to respond, although the question is directed to all of you. What are we missing by not having the Arctic Council, the opportunity for dialogue within the Arctic Council with Russia? Tobias, do you want to start?
Yes, I can. Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, as I mentioned briefly in my input, well, this is right now one of the major problems that the traditional cooperation structures, which are indeed, as has been said, have been relatively successful and kept the countries of the region together, that they are not functioning any longer. The Arctic Council is still in existence, of course, and it also, unlike some other regional organizations or international organizations, has not suspended Russia. So Russia is still a full member of the organization. It was rather the case that last year the activities and meetings of the council have been suspended altogether. Norway took over the chairmanship, or chairship as it's called now, in May this year. They are trying now on a very low level and very sensitively and diplomatically to at least revitalize the important working groups, which are mainly working on a scientific basis, including Russia. And apparently there is some progress. So they're trying to, but of course they have to avoid everything political. So it will be purely functional and technical. However, which that was the way the Arctic Council has been working anyway, because the countries realize we need Russia when we want to tackle the joint problems of the region, in particular in the context of climate change. And there, of course, was the consideration either to put the Arctic Council down or altogether, or to throw Russia out if that's possible. But then it's an consensus organization, so that also wouldn't have been that easy. But there was this big fear among the Western members of the Arctic Council that then Russia and together with China and probably some other countries, the BRICS countries, really still step up, which they already do anyway, and establish an alternative organization. And then we will really have a total split in the region, and that could work out quite dangerous for the entire region. So therefore, they try at least the minimum of cooperation so far as they're possible, hoping that there will be a regime change in Russia one day, and one can come back to including Russia fully again and having full cooperation on all areas.
Thank you. Kyung-mi, I wondered if you, because we talked about the institutional platforms.
Very briefly, since I'm not an Arctic expert, but obviously the geopolitical shift and tension that's growing due to the war, and these multilateral platforms are deeply affected by the inefficiency due to Russia not being able to really fully participate, and so it just restrains this international cooperation. I think we have a paper that's just published on the Arctic from CIPRI, and it does show the importance of this new dynamics, also because of the NATO membership. So this is going to bring a big challenge, since also the governance is taking shape for the Arctic, and also you can see it in the Security Council that Russia is a P5, so it's very difficult to put any major initiatives go forward.
Thank you, Kyung-mi. And Emma, of course, Finland has the probably most experience of collaborating and coordinating with Russia. So how would you see this?
I would still be careful about even or somehow allowing Russia to use this sort of scientific knowledge and data that I completely understand this is very much needed to address climate change. But I would still be very careful about allowing Russia to use it as a kind of a leverage in order to get into these organizations and to have this sort of foothold, because then I'm afraid that that could also be used in the future. So yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah. Did we have any more questions from the audience? I didn't see hands when we started this. Maybe, and we still have a few minutes, so feel free to raise your hand. And my colleague here, Höfði, is, yep, okay. Is that Sanam? Is that you? Yep.
Thank you. You talked about wind farms on land. I'm just curious whether in the Nordic area there is offshore wind farming being planned, and whether, again, communities in the area and others, how are they seeing that in terms of the implications for fishing and or marine preservation and so forth. I don't know whether that's part of the discussion or whether there are spaces where the different sectors are talking to each other about these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe I can start this a little bit. There is definitely the discussion of wind farming both on land and offshore. Of course, in Denmark, there's already, we don't have any Dane here, but they already have some offshore wind turbines, and there is resistance just as much as there is interest in this here in Iceland. But do you know in your respective countries what the situation is?
In Norway, there's wind power plants both on land and also on the sea, and both are subjected to criticism. But it's the land-based wind power plants which are, where we see the most like heavy resistance, so to speak. So yeah. Yeah.
Impact on bird life and
absolutely, and the scenery and the possibilities for reindeer to graze and many other things. Biodiversity loss as well, and recreational, impact or possibilities of using the beautiful landscape. It's also actually a central component of the criticism, because it's partly disrupted or destroyed, according to the critics.
Well, maybe I can say very briefly about this green and just transition is one of the key themes that CIPRI's flagship report of Environment of Peace that was published last year. So yeah, we described the impacts of wind power plants, also hydropower, which was my previous focus for the research. And there's definitely lots of social conflict happening around this, and I think in Sweden there has been mobilization against both hydropower dams and also wind farms on land. But yeah, I've also just seen the call for interest for research on the societal impacts of offshore wind farms. I think there is probably consideration for assessing the impact more on the Swedish side.
Maybe if this sort of relates to one of your elements, the mitigating risks, of course. And we're having this discussion here, for example, with where we have these data mining centers that are, it's desirable for those who own them to put them in the Arctic, because it's easier to cool them, because we are cold regions. But then you take energy that is otherwise environmentally, friendly, but you put it to these uses instead of putting it to maybe more socially positive. It's not for household use, so then you need to dam more or put up wind turbines, etc. Do you want to comment on this?
Yes, I think that's why all of the transition risks make it exactly very important that we somehow plan the transition quite well, and we make good policy, and that we are also very careful about assessing the impacts of all kinds of actions and building these, for example, wind turbines. Finland has the experience that I think we don't have that much offshore wind power, but we have quite a lot of land wind power, and that has been actually one of the key elements that helped us in the last year with the energy crisis to get ourselves off Russian energy. So in that sense, there are many sides to this, and we do need energy from somewhere. But yeah, that puts a big responsibility on the policy making, which should be very somehow consistent and planned. And I'm not sure that we are unfortunately seeing it at the moment.
Was there any other question? Hey, is there somebody else in the...
If I just may chip in on that
Tobias,
question. If that's okay. Being a German myself, obviously, in Germany the situation is also a little bit that we have a lot of wind power in the northern part of Germany, obviously because there's more wind, and I think there overall the resistance in the population, both towards onshore as well as offshore wind power plant parks, has been relatively low. So there you really see a lot, and also they are building new ones offshore there as well. It's a bit different in the southern part of Germany, where there's more resistance, but also less wind. So generally also less wind parks. Generally in the Baltic Sea region, it's actually quite striking that there are loads of offshore wind parks in the southern part of the sea, so at the Danish and the German coast, but less further north, so Sweden, Finland, and so forth. And there are now massive attempts, in particular by the Council of the Baltic Sea States, to expand on that. So there are really plans to cooperate closer together, to also with private businesses to build more wind parks offshore in the Baltic Sea region, also in order to become more independent. So overall, there seems really to political will now in the region to expand on wind power.
Thank you. We are coming to the close of our panel. I just want to put one not so lightweight question, but and then ask you maybe to respond to that or give some closing comments. We've had over the last decade, and of course even longer, conversations about increased refugee flows because of climate change. Whether like the study that was published in Nature rather than, I think it was in Nature in around 2015, that the causality was retracted quite a bit about the impact of climate change on the start of the war in Syria. But nonetheless, we know that people are leaving hotter countries. We see these increased number of extreme weather events that are impacting people's livelihoods and homes. How can we in the Nordics respond to this, other than, of course, welcoming people who need to resettle, but where are our responsibilities and options to improve? Manu, would you like to start?
Yeah, I think
maybe
that
1 or 2 minutes.
Yeah,
max?
sure.
Yes.
Yeah. What are our responsibilities? That's a very difficult question. But I would like to perhaps mention that often, the media focus often a lot on climate migration and climate refugees, and the way that this is often framed in media is kind of feeding into kind of an anti-migration rhetoric often, assuming that when we are talking about climate refugees, we are talking about refugees from the global south or from outside of the west or whatever we call it, and to the western or global north. Whereas in terms of, I'm not a migration expert, but it's of course a part of the climate security nexus. So in the research, it's overwhelmingly, focused on internal migration. Climate migration is very often, or it's dominant, I would say. We talk about internally displaced communities, or communities which perhaps cross a border on land. So it's very rare that we don't have that much scientific evidence, I think, as for now, to point out a direct connection between climate change on the one hand and south-north migration or massive migration on the other. But maybe the others in the panel have more expertise on the details on migration.
Emma.
I have the level of detail that you have, and I agree completely that that's what research seems to be saying. I do think that we probably need more research, not only this sort of like, because I think it's often statistical research and having to do with numbers and how many people are escaping their homes and so on. I think we also need more maybe somehow qualitative research on the sort of patterns of migration and sort of the dynamics, understanding better why people leave, and then what would be the solution to make people more resilient also in their home regions, so that they wouldn't have to leave their homes if they don't want to, or so that they wouldn't be forced to do that, because I think most people would rather stay where they are, and it is really the climate impact that is becoming so severe that they have to leave. So that's one point. And then also kind of adding to King Mee's previous point about the contribution, in a way, of Nordic countries, I think we also definitely have a responsibility to continue to build up climate resilience in other parts of the world, because we have been so sort of elemental in contributing to climate change ourselves, and with the impacts being often directed to people who are very much not contributing to it so much. I think also in that sense we have a huge responsibility, and I think that it's really important now, especially with governmental changes in some of the Nordic countries, to keep up this funding and cooperation that we have had.
Thank you.
I mean, that's an excellent point, and I cannot agree more with both of your points. So it makes my job easy. But yeah, I mean, obviously, but I think the importance is to look at this overlap between conflict-affected countries and climate-exposed countries, and how much of that is really overlapping. So I think these countries are really seeing this double crisis of climate exposure with extreme weather events, climate disasters. At the same time, they're experiencing conflict, and that creates grave amount of insecurity for people, and that might obviously contributing to their decision to leave their home. Could be internal migration or international migration. That could, depending on the conditions of the international migration or internal migration conditions. So I think that's where I think the Nordic countries can also have the contribution to provide conflict-affected and fragile countries with this climate resilience support, because these countries have a very limited access to international climate financing. It's very, I think it's 1.25% of the international, there's multilateral climate funding goes to conflict-affected and very fragile countries, not just a little bit fragile countries, so very extremely fragile countries. So, I mean, that says that there's a lot of room for bilateral cooperation to support these countries targeting climate resilience that perhaps prevent displacement.
Thank you, Kyung-mi. And Tobias, final comments from you.
Well, I'm not really an expert on this, but my fear is really that the number of migrants and refugees we see already right now, about which many, in particular in Europe, complain, and that there are far too many, is low in comparison to what might come when climate change, or the consequences, implications of climate change in many countries of the world, also including Europe. I mean, there are a number of countries in Europe which will be affected by rising sea levels, such as the Netherlands, and even in Norway. I think it's the question whether when sea level rises, the people can live as normal as they do now at the coast. So I think we will see quite some movement of people, both internally as well as externally.
Thank you so much. I think we've had a really full discussion, lots of issues that we need to think about further, and not just about responses, but about responsibilities. And I really appreciate all of you being here. Tobias, thank you for joining us online. Kyung-mi, Emma, and Amino, thank you so much for being here and sharing your expertise. Thank you. We have coffee.
Good morning.
My name is Hanna Styrmisdóttir, and I am a professor of curatorial practice at the Fine Art Department of Iceland University of the Arts. As those of us who attended the concert Woman, Life, Freedom at the Nordic House last night, were those of us who attended, no, I started in the correct way. As those of us who attended the concert Woman, Life, Freedom at the Nordic House last night, we were reminded that art can be life-sustaining. On the tables in the hall, there are coloring books that show art's playfulness and how serious that play is. Stepping out for a coffee earlier, we were met with art's power to translate into music and images the narratives of people fleeing situations unspeakable. As a building block for peace, art has the potential to broaden minds and sustain souls. It can heal trauma, foster empathy, deepen understanding, and build communication across divides that are created in conflict, all while being the innovative core within each of us that can, in collaboration with others, be harnessed to imagine and create more just, diverse, and resilient and safe futures for individuals, societies, and the environment. And yet, justice or equal representation in the art ecosystem is not a given. The women's rights and civil rights movements are ongoing in the arts, and so are the struggles of trans and gender diverse artists, of indigenous artists, of artists with diverse ability, and artists who seek international protection due to war or discrimination in their home countries. I am honored to have been asked to moderate this session on art as an ecosystem for sustainable peace and social justice. The term ecological system is used here to describe the arts as a global community of artists, researchers, arts organizations, cultural policymakers, and other beneficiaries, including commercial, collaborating and creating complex and interdependent relationships. The participants in the panel are Persian-Danish singer, songwriter, performer, and teacher Samara Barami, who has become a strong voice for the Woman Life Freedom movement in Denmark. Her art and activism have taken her to the street, into parliament, and onto national radio and television to make public and create awareness in Danish society of the manifold aspects of conflicts in the Middle East, with a focus on Iran. Over the past year, since the brutal death of Mahsa Amini, Samara has emphasized performing and talking about the issues at stake in this first feminist revolution in Iran. Samara was born in Tehran during the tumultuous time when the Islamic Revolution took place. Her family fled the country as political refugees, and like so many other Iranians, they settled down in the West. Sara has an academic background in European studies and communication from Aarhus University and is also a Pilates teacher. She's married and has 2 children. Lisa Glebchenko is a doctoral researcher, entrepreneur, facilitator, and artist. In her PhD project, Visual Peace Tech, Digital Visual Images are Security Building Tools at Tampere University. Lisa researches digital visuality of security and peace, VR as a tool of digital diplomacy and peace building, AR technologies as tools for implementing peaceful futures, internet governance, and X/inclusion within digital peace design. Lisa's research is inspired by her peace-building work, in particular the startup she founded in 2016, Color Up Peace. It works at the intersection of art making and technology to leverage artistic innovation as a peace-building tool. From Lisa's student initiative at the American University in Bulgaria, Color of Peace has grown to have projects and programs not only in Ukraine, but in 15 other countries, including Israel, Palestine, and Kenya, as well as a special support program for Ukrainians who have relocated to Finland during Russia's war against Ukraine. Khaled Barake is a Syrian-born, Berlin-based, multidisciplinary artist, cultural activist, and creative facilitator. Trained as a painter at the Fine Arts Faculty in Damascus, Khaled shifted his focus to conceptual art practices with his 2 master's degrees at Odense and Frankfurt universities, respectively. Khaled uses his training and education to challenge structural injustice and create platforms for marginalized voices. His widely exhibited works, including the internationally taught 2020 Mute installation, intervene critically on traditional representations of violence. Shortlisted for the 2023 Exile Visual Arts Award in Germany, Khaled is a respected speaker and collaborator with international organizations such as Amnesty International, the European Centre for Constitutional and Human Rights, and the Danish Refugee Council. Khaled's studio engagement is driven by what he has termed the practice of necessity, an ethos that dictates responses to the urgencies of ever-changing realities. That led him to found Co-Culture, a non-profit organization rooted in the intersections between art, activism, and community building to support exiled culture and cultural producers. His work has been exhibited internationally in museums, biennales, and other institutions and venues. I welcome Khaled Barake to the stage for a talk on art as an ecosystem for sustainable peace and social justice, after which Lisa Klipchenko, Samara Parami, and I will join him for a conversation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So in the next 15 minutes, I will guide you through several projects from the last few years, just to answer the question, can art be impactful and can play a role in the society beyond the museum's walls? So I will start with this image. I was in Malaysia and I found a phenomena in the trees. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called crown shyness. Crown shyness, the trees grows until it senses each other's borders and it stops growing, not to harm each other as well, while it's connected by roots. So I find this metaphorically very, very connected to our conversation today. So I want to present to you several projects. The first project is called The Shake. I was invited in 2013 to Northern Ireland to do a project about the conflict there. I think most of you might be aware of it. So when I arrived to a city called Derry, if you are Catholic, and Londonderry, if you are Protestant, I was confronted by this polarization into one community who lived together historically in the same place. I found this monument created by sculptor called Maurice Harron, called Hands Across the Divide, located in between the two areas, between the Catholic community and the Protestant community, because they don't mix their housing. I found this perfect description of modern Northern Ireland today. Two men, each of them represent a community coming together to shake hands when they signed the peace agreement, the Friday Agreement 25 years ago, but they are not reaching each other. There's still this gap. So the first thing I thought to do is to build plates of metal and lift up the whole one of the guys and shift him to the other guys and make them shake hands, like finally meeting, changing the reality that how it was. So it was very complicated for several reasons, that it was roundabout, that is very busy. So what I did, I scanned the whole monuments and then created a new sculpture that represents the space that between the two hands, the space that is full, thank you, that is full of pain and full of trauma and full of historical conflict. And just to make the invisible visible, and it's called materialized distance. I did another thing, which also this two-man print them in a small scale, and I turned them into horizontal clocks. So the hands becomes the seconds, so they keep turning and they keep missing each other. It's called "Did I Miss You Again?" Pointing that they are missing each other. Time is passing and they're just continuing and looping in the same situation. The project is quite big, so I will not go through it all. In front of museum in Frankfurt, where I presented this also sculpture, there was a columns where turning the 2D into 3D again, also showing how in one hand they are trying to reach each other, but in reality, they have their back to each other. So last year, or this year, I was invited to the Northern Ireland again, to Belfast, by an organization called the MAC, to present another project to highlight on the situation of asylum seekers. Because also like here, like everywhere else, they're tightening the law and the border not to welcome people from elsewhere or specific people. So now the idea or what we are planning to do, beside presenting some elements of the project, for example, this photograph that I think it will be the bigger photograph I will ever print, because it was like 64 meters in 2 pieces, and there was no print shop in Berlin except to print it. So I have to rent the whole place to print it myself. And what I did, I connected these photos that is, so when we scan the monuments, the 3D can be translated into 2D, the shots, that is 360 degrees. And we built scaffolding, and that's what you see, the lines to reach. And it was raining, so we cover ourselves, and that's what you see also on the top. But create this aesthetic that I found it very beautiful and unique, and also explain the nature and conflict where they were trying to reach each other back and forth again without reaching each other. Back to the MAC and to the project next year. So I was commissioned to do a new project, and the last project it was specifically, as I mentioned, about the refugee situation. And the curator, he said, you know what, I really would love to see your artistic potential. Can you do something that is not political, not social? Can you do something else? And I really would love to one day, because until now I couldn't because of all the problems in the world. And also I came from Golan Heights originally. My village is partly occupied by Israel, so politics was anyway big part of my raising and my personality. So I couldn't really have the privilege, even like the inside privilege, to produce something different. So what I suggested is to make the same sculpture. The room is quite actually the same size as this, a bit smaller. So I suggested to make this sculpture, enlarge it in a huge scale. So it will be the elephant in the room, right? It will be like massive. So when you enter, you don't really understand what is this shape. You see, of course, the 2 men and the 2 hands, the clock that I presented. But the idea or the project, the proposal, is to make a new political party in Northern Ireland, and that will be the project, or that will be the logo of the new political party. So this big sculpture, it has a door. We will invite communities from both sides. We will invite communities, vulnerable communities, to enter that space physically, that space that's full of pain, to rethink of, if we want to start from today, if we want to just, let's think utopia. Let's forget about the history. Let's forget about the conflict. Let's forget about everything. Just if you art today will want to create a new political party in Northern Ireland, how would you imagine it? And so during the time of the exhibition, we will keep inviting, it's a social engaged project, so we'll keep inviting different communities. They will give their suggestion. At the end of the project, we will launch the political party. I don't know if you will get accepted in the parliament or not. I don't know if you will be members beside me or not. I don't know if even I'm allowed to be a member. But anyway, but the idea is also showing that art can create alternative thinking that can be leading to different reality, because after Brexit, also Northern Ireland are stuck with not being able to even form a government. So they are really, really stuck. Sorry, I have to keep my eyes on, how much time do I have just to keep my eyes on, or if you can tell me maybe like a few minutes before. So I will move now to another project. And yesterday, it was really interesting. The whole conference was interesting, but I really liked the also session when the panelists talking about justice and accountability and human rights. Because I don't think we can move to a peaceful world without thinking of victim-centric approach to peace, especially in areas where many crimes has happened without accountability, without justice to the victims. So I did this project, it's called The Mute. Mute, it's an installation in a form of demonstration, erected the first time in front of High Court of Koblenz. I don't know if you heard of Koblenz trial. Koblenz trial is very quick and simplified. 2 men arrived to Germany applying for asylum. In the camp, other refugees, they met them there and they freaked out because they were the people who were present them and tortured them and sexually abused them and killed other people. So they arrived as refugees. And then they, together with Syrian lawyers and human and constitutional rights, they have a lawsuit against them. And it was happening in a city in Germany called Koblenz. But during that trial, it was the curfew and no one was allowed to leave their houses. And I felt this is unfair for the victims, unfair for us as Syrians. It's our first trial ever against the Syrian regime. So we have to be there. So what I thought to do, or what I did, because several people were engaged in this, I sent an open call to Syrian artists and activists to donate their clothes, preferably from Syria, but not necessarily. And I formed their body using their clothes. And we installed the installation in front of the High Court of Koblenz. So the windows here is where the trial was happening. So all of a sudden, of course, without letting them know, we had permission, but not from the court, we didn't need it. They just found this people demonstrating downstairs. And it was very confusing because they look like people, but they are not really people. And I installed them on the grass in a kind of reference to that Rwanda Gashasha trials. I don't know if you heard of it, but in Rwanda there was so many crimes that it was impossible to be covered by the legal system. It needed like 200 years to be covered. So they turned back into history and they look into something called Gashasha trial, where the whole tribe sits on the grass and 2 men standing or 2 persons standing, one accusing another and the other defend themselves, and then the community decide. So I wanted to be a project or presentation of the community, kind of voicing out their pain and their history and their conflicts. Because also, if you think of, in general, courts, it's another type of theaters for me. It's like people go by even customs and they have their script, and I think even historically courts develop out of the theater place. But anyway, so everything go by script. Even sometimes you have a witness, which is the audience, and there's no space for emotional memory. It's only factual. Can you prove that this person did this to you? Even if all your body is full of marks that this person left, it doesn't matter. If your soul also was injured by this person, it doesn't matter. Can you prove it or not? So I wanted to give a space for the families to actually channel their voices, which is also what I try to do most of the time with my projects. And the second day, we cooperated with Families for Freedom. It's a female-led organization that and also Caesar Photo Association. It's a female-led organization that make advocacy for victims' rights. And asking for releasing of forcibly disappeared prisoners until today in Assad prisons. So they brought the photos of their beloved one, and they joined the demonstration, kind of bringing that momentum back when their beloved one, they were demonstrating on the street and they were arrested. Some of them, they were killed, or they're still in the prison, or they don't know where they are today and what has happened to them. And since it's a demonstration, and after the trial has finished, I thought, let's continue demonstrating. So there was a moment where also the internal ministers in Germany want to send Syrian criminals back without any definition of who's criminal. That's not the dangerous part of that decision. The dangerous part that they have to establish agreements with Assad, which kind of repolishing Assad's image to send refugees back. And that's the danger of any country sending Syrians back to Syria. Beside that, of course, it's not safe. So, yeah, we did the same thing, and we demonstrated, and then the kind of demonstration kept moving from one place to another, carrying out the history, carrying out the legacy also of demonstrations in Syria when it was peaceful demonstration before it turns into a proxy war of other countries. We demonstrated also in the International Refugee Day in front of the Danish parliament, where we met some politicians and the ex-prime minister of Norway. And we handed our demands that we are not victims, we are not threats, we are complex human beings that has suffered from other also conflicts and other people or countries or governments, conflicts in our lands. And then so we kept demonstrating from one place to another. This was in front of a church in Copenhagen called Maria Church, cooperated with curator they have a socially engaged project in the church, kind of shifting the role of the church as well to do something impactful in the society. So it's called Design of Necessity, where we're highlighting the situation of a siege community in Syria, because siege community until today, they didn't get their justice yet. There's no international investigation established to give them their rights. So the two projects joined, Design of Necessity and Mute. And then also we were invited by a festival in Denmark. It's one of the biggest in the north or in Scandinavia, called Roskilde Festival, where they were focusing on human rights. So also we joined and we presented the work, which was also interesting because, everyone in festivals, they are like drunk and like everyone is in a different state. So everyone woke up and they saw these people. Some of them, they thought like they are playing yoga or practicing yoga. Some of them is like, why no one is moving? And when they get closer, they were a little bit shocked as well with the reality also behind the work. And this is what I try to do most of the time with my work, using the art as a hook, where people like get attracted to the art itself and then tell them the story. Because I think we got in a place where we are numbed emotionally, and it really makes me sad. I mean, the social media and so many things, even like sometimes just going through reels, right? So you kind of see something very horrible and something, you need to cry, and then you scroll down and there's another image of cats and dogs pop up, and then it just gets so confused, I think, with our empathy today. So I try to offer kind of another way of telling the stories. Yeah, also on the cultural night in Copenhagen, etc. And now we will go to Ukraine to present the work, because also Assad sent some soldiers to Ukraine to fight with Russians. And we want also to state that it's not what we think as Syrian people, it's what the Syrian regime, who we are suffering also from, is thinking. So I will shift now to a third project that is a cultural organization. I founded. I call it social sculpture, as Joseph Beuys, German artist who was living in exile in the state, mentioned the term. It's called co-culture. Co-culture was, as Hannah said, it's rooted in the intersectionality between art, community building, and activism. It's just different platforms that coming from the community, not necessarily from other people, because most of the time, especially for us who are living abroad or forced to live abroad, we get invited to other platforms, but without necessarily having a say of how we imagine things to be. We don't imagine, or how to imagine peace to be, or how we imagine topics from our own perspective as a community. So the co-culture has several projects. I will go through them very, very quickly because I don't think we have a lot of time. So one platform is called the index.art. The index, it's an online platform that aims to map Syrian artists and empower them with opportunities around the world. So as a Syrian artist, you can create a profile, and then it's connecting artists, Syrian artists all over the world as a way of also so basically, our production as Syrian artists is melting within communities where we existed today. So we're losing the opportunity to build our own artistic history, and that digital space offers that. And since it took a lot of time and cost a lot of money, so we thought, why to keep it only for Syrians? Let's shift it also for other nations that have the same situation. So we will open branch for Libyan artists, Yemeni artists, and etc. in Iraq. And I think many nations need the same thing because also they are facing the same reality. The second project is called Syrian Biennale. Biennales are art festivals, like same as film festival, but Biennales is to celebrate art. And usually it's a national event. Since there's no space to do it in Syria, it will be a mobile Biennale that follow the refugee routes as a way of also connecting the community. So in each edition will take a place in different location. We were planning to do it before the COVID, then COVID hit, so we had to postpone. And hopefully next year we will establish it in Lebanon. In Lebanon, the situation is very, very bad in general. It's bad for Lebanese, it's extra bad for Syrians. In some towns, they have signs that Syrians are not allowed to go to the street after 6 o'clock in the evening. They are allowed only from 6 o'clock in the morning until 6 o'clock in the evening, which is basically the time to work. And Lebanon was built by Syria after the war. And of course, not to alienate ourselves, the Biennale will be representative of global topics, not only related to Syria, and it will not be only Syrian refugees, it will be our Syrian artists, it will be Syrian and then local artists from the hosted country and international artists, discussing something that is related to all of us, not only to Syrians, thinking of also the importance of intersectional thinking beyond our borders, which is, I think, connected to this conference today, because we can't think of peace without thinking of the whole world, because what's happening everywhere is just connected in every single level. So even there was no wars here, but there is wars here, which is the globe, because now we have the climate change as one very simple danger. It's not simple, but one danger that it will face all of us. So the earth is really where we live, not the country where we live. The third project, it's a new project called Art for Justice and Accountability. Some people also on the panelists, they were addressing accountability perfectly yesterday, and really without accountability, we saw what has happened in Ukraine. In my opinion, what has happened in Ukraine, big reason of it is very complicated, of course, but big reason of it that what has happened in other places without accountability and without justice. If Tony Blair and George Bush were held accountable for killing 1 million Iraqis, I can't think of the number. Like, I can't imagine like putting 1 million people together and imagine that. I seriously can't. So when they run away with their crimes, even Putin, in one interview, he said, why other nations are allowed to do it, and when we do it, it's a problem. And he has a point. Of course, it's a very, very bad point. But he has a point. Why it's a selective justice? Why it's selective human rights? Justice is not like, the justice is justice. We can't be selective when it's suitable for us, when it doesn't suit us. we deny it. So the campaign, it doesn't politicize art. It uses art that is political to call for accountability and justice in many places. It will be unfold over time and different places, mainly in Europe, but also elsewhere. One project was Co-Culture Space. We were running a space that had several events. How much time do I have? It's over? Okay. So then I will not continue. I will just finish with one word. There's a project outside. I don't know if you have seen it. There's photos and there's sound. It was collected stories from different people and then using computer to code the text that we collected and transform it into musical scores. And then we used AI and computer generating music to transform the stories, to offer another way of hearing it. So what you hear outside is actually people's story, real people's stories. And I used AI technology as well to capture specific moment of that stories and recreating it. It's called A Missing Camera, the series. And it's offering another way of thinking of history because photograph played big, important role in history. We all remember the image of the Vietnamese naked girl and how much it affected the Vietnam War, even stopped it. So A Missing Camera, it recreates moments where a camera is missing. The last thing I want to point, we have Noor here from Afghanistan. She arrived maybe in May, and her application was rejected, and now she's forced to be deported. So what I think of art is making something impactful. You are all here. You all have your own power and position. If you can, we just met yesterday, so if you can support her, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Khaled, for sharing in such a generous way your art and activism and contextualizing it for us as well. I'd like to welcome also here Samara Barami and Lisa Glibchenko. And before we sort of start the conversation, I'd like to ask both of you to give us insights into your practices as artists, art researchers and activists. Lisa.
Okay, hi everybody, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you Khaled for the wonderful presentation. So I'm Lisa, and I'm originally Ukrainian, originally from Crimea, which was occupied in 2014, and I was cut off from access to home. And at the time I was 18 and I was wondering, I was just starting my university studies, and I was wondering what I can do and how I can use something other than donations, like my skills and talents, to actually help also. And what you see now on the tables are some of the insights into my project, and I'll tell you a bit more about it. So at some point I had this idea to start conversations about Ukraine in a different way, because of course displacement worked for me in a sense that I had to go study abroad, because back in 2014 there weren't really legal, political or logistical structures for Ukrainians to seek help somewhere else, because there wasn't really much attention for it. So for me it worked like I went to study abroad, and I was fortunate to get a scholarship and whatever. So, of course, I wanted to talk about what was happening to Ukraine and to me specifically, but I noticed that people were not really open to the conversation, didn't know much, and weren't really interested. And again, I was 18, so a young woman, and who cares, basically, about anything I had to say at the point. So I started this project that's called Color Our Peace, and there are many things that are happening based on it now, including also my PhD research, but it started with a simple idea, is that I invited people from Ukraine and then also from other countries to send photographs of what peace is to them, and I turned them into coloring pages that you see in the art book that you have on the table. So I draw every outline by hand. And the idea is to share and build on visions of peace specifically, because when you turn a photograph into an outline, you kind of take the specific individual context away, but you leave visual reminders of the peace values of the vision of that person, and then you give it to another person and you can interact with it and build on it. And of course, for events like this, I give kind of printouts for you to see more, but and what you can do with a coloring book is that you can color or you can color outside the lines, but the transformation is kind of, let's say, limited. But I also like to work in digital ways, and then you can transform things completely. You know, you can invert the colors, you can collage things into it, and whatever else you want. So the coloring books that you have on the table are the latest, which is the 9th coloring book of the project, and it's of course dedicated to Ukraine, as was the previous one. It has 34 outlines based on 34 visions of peace from Ukraine that were collected from 2017 to 2022. And at the end of the page, you can also access the virtual space where the original photographs are seen and where you can also go through a self-paced workshop. And there's one per table, but they're yours to keep, so you can have, if you agree on the table, as it. And there are also some postcards. Also, you can color and send somebody a vision of peace, and there are postcards with my artwork on them. Those are parts of an exhibition dedicated to freedom of speech in Ukraine that is now happening in Tampere, Finland. And I decided I would bring you bits of the exhibition. It contained artworks and photographs from 2 photographers from Ukraine, and then my artwork.
Thank you, Lisa. Samara.
Yes, thank you. And hi, everyone. Thank you for having us here at this enormously important conference. I wish the whole world could be here and have the opportunity to sit down in peace and just discuss this, but this is not the reality. We all know what's happening right now, both in your country and in Israel. The whole situation is so frustrating for me to witness in this safe haven that we're living in. And for me, I've never thought of myself as an activist in any way, but it's a calling that has come to me through this past year where we've seen this crazy an amazing uprising in Iran where the women are leading this new revolution. And I don't have the same approach the way that you guys have had, because I came to Denmark as a very, very small child. So the fact that you've had your youth in your countries just makes that immense big difference. And I wish today, seeing myself from the outside, I wish I had done the same things earlier in my life, but I was just not connected to that because of my upbringing in Denmark. So for me, it's the most important thing I can do right now is to make sure that this voice that I have, this platform that I have, be it in Denmark or be in Europe, be in here, is to make sure that I use my ability to see the nuances, to have had a life in Iran, to have had an upbringing here, to kind of make sure that we can connect on these issues that we all, like you were saying, Khaled, this is not my country or your country, this is our world. We have this thing in Denmark, we call it the Danish angle, you know, because we always have to kind of, people think, especially from us from the Middle East, that we are so, the tempers are so big, and it's very, very fast turns to a sort of like a distancing from the cool Nordic people that we're surrounded with, and makes the distance bigger than necessary. You know what I mean? Because it's the way that our cultures differ. It's the same. It's like the backtracking of this that allows me to hopefully have touched some of you yesterday evening without you knowing the words that I was singing, but because it's about human beings, it's about human emotions, it's about human dignity. And I just 100% agree with you, Khalid, about this, that we have to have an accountability today that goes beyond what we are being fed, basically. I think the hypocrisy is just becoming more and more and more obvious. And I'm just waiting right now. I'm sitting here, I'm really, really angry. I'm really, really frustrated. And I'm really trying to hold on to my dignity here, to not be really angry and say, what the beep is going on in the world? Why are some people more or less human than others? I posted this on my own Facebook yesterday. It's so painful to see what's going on with the Gazan people. It's so painful to see what's going on with the Israeli civil people. And if you don't feel the same pain, then you have to ask yourself why you don't. You know what I mean? There's people. It's the same with here. And I also met Maura last night. And I just cannot understand. I cannot understand that we are here right now in Iceland having this discussion, while at the same time they are kicking her out of this country. Back to where? Back to what? On this day, this is the UN International Girls' Day. How dare we? I'm sorry, but this is, I'm not important here. I'm not important here. The reason why I'm here is because, like you said, I can amplify these unjustfulness that are going on, the way that the state of Denmark, the Americans, have played a part in bringing Afghanistan to this situation that we're experiencing now, that needs accountability. What's going on in Iran is so tied to what just happened in Israel. And we've been screaming this out to your heads for decades. And now you see what happens. But where's the accountability? I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit off track because this is, I really don't matter here. I think people need to shout this, the way that Khalid is showing it with this huge amplifier. And I hope that you guys, when you leave here, wherever you're from, that you will make sure that this is shouted out. This is not about being in a nice place with a nice conference and everything is good. No, this is the center of the orc, and it's just spinning out of control, and we don't have much time.
Thank you, Samara. You've all described really, really diverse practices as artists and as activists. And I want to thank you, Samara, for putting it to start casting a light on how stereotyping is used in the arts and in society to perpetuate discrimination and violence. And it is used against all groups of people and artists. And throughout this conference, we've heard how peace implies not only conflict, but also the presence of justice within and between societies. And I want to ask each of you whether you feel supported in your activism by your local art scenes or the international art scenes where you're active, and by extension, whether you feel that these art scenes accurately reflect the justice that is otherwise present in these societies. Lisa, would you like to?
Okay. I think that oftentimes art or artists, including panels, are kind of like outliers, entertainment things at many conferences. But actually the kind of stakeholders in my scene are the kind of people that were speaking yesterday. I worked with with those kind of stakeholders a lot. And to give one example, yesterday there was this panel about Nordic cities for peace and Ukrainian cities for peace. And for example, that program that I implemented in Finland, I got help and funding from the city of Tampere, where I live, to implement the first 6 months of the Art for Ukraine program for displaced Ukrainians in Finland. And they were coming from different cities in Finland, also from far north. And then because I had that support to begin with, I was able to also continue it for 6 more months. So it's been a whole year, which is also the longest, hugest thing that I've done within my work as well. And with the Nordic Council of Ministers, the Nordic Culture Point, I actually had come to Iceland 6 months ago to do a project also with displaced Ukrainians in Iceland, and it took place in the same room where you were singing yesterday in the Nordic House. Yeah, so though to think about ecosystems and my support, there are sort of 3 things that I wanted to point out also to my practice specifically. So I talk about Color Our Peace as a startup. So of course there are quite a lot of adversities for a project like that to roll out, and especially if it starts from a student initiative and then grows into something more. So I didn't, of course, in the very beginning feel supported, also because it was very much of an outlier kind of initiative in the community where I was. And when you do start growing as a peace building startup specifically, it's very toxic, because the point for a lot of other startups is to grow sustainably and responsibly, and that means success. But for a peace building one, that's the opposite, because the point is that you wouldn't need to be relevant, you wouldn't need to be doing year-long programs. Mm-hmm. And when this happens to you, you're like, okay, it's good that I can help now, because when things happened to me, there was no help at all. So it's good that somebody now can have help. But I don't want to be in a place where I would be providing that. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And another thing, when you were introducing me, also you pointed out that I had these 2 interests in art and also in technology. But when I was trying just to roll out this project and talk about what is happening in Ukraine and my own experiences, I said that nobody was really interested. So the point and the way to get people to talk about what I wanted to talk about was to make it attractive. So I had to go into more of these artsy things to have these pretty pictures so people would be like, oh, that's cool. And then I started talking to them about the depressing things and the things that I wanted to change and stuff like this. So a lot of the time people also put stereotypes on artists like, oh, you just create things. Well, sometimes that's the only way to get the conversation into rooms like that. Mm-hmm. So I also don't like to only be called an artist this way, because I don't feel like I had a choice. I just had to do with whatever skills I had, and that happened to be art making at some point.
Thank you, Lisa. No, we often need to use many, many, many words to describe what we do, right? Mm-hmm. Samara, yeah. May I ask you the same question?
Yes, I'll just kind of follow up on that, because it's the not having a choice. Mm-hmm. It's like I said, it becomes a calling that for me, I never saw that being this is the way I wanted to go. I was living in Denmark in such a peaceful way, and the thing that happened for me was that all of a sudden, after the very public killing of Mahsa Amini, mm-hmm. and I'm sure you all heard about by now, I was just stunned by the fact that my social media were filled. I mean, every day for 3-4 weeks, the first 3 or 4 weeks, it was so crazy. And at the same time, the Danish media was just like, so I was like, what is going on here? I was really in that, I come on, because I feel that Denmark, like Iceland, like other Nordic countries, is such so much integrity, and there's so much it's a non-corruption, and it's such a great place to kind of to see justice happen. You know what I mean? Democracy. And I was just stunned by the fact that I could not find a single word about this until maybe 3 weeks in, maybe even more. Yeah. So what actually started my activism off was the anger and the frustration of this is not coming out to the public. So I just started posting on and I'm a musician, you know, so I was like, it was a kind of weird thing for me to be like, guys, do you know what's going on? And as I did this continuously, I could see that more and more people were following me and were asking what is going on, what can we do? And so I came to this point, it was so weird that I was ahead of the Danish press. So I knew more. I was actually contacting them and telling them, do you know what's going on? If you need sources, let me know. I know where they are. So that was kind of the way that my activism in this scene started. And on one hand, I felt very supported by the Danish society. But again, I have to keep coming back to this hypocrisy, because one thing is to support in words and in you know, but you have to do it in your actions as well. And so I thought, what can I do? And I just went out the first couple of months. We just were out on the streets every Saturday. We were doing demonstrations, and we were singing a lot of the songs I was doing yesterday. And you know, and then someone sees a picture of you and says, "Oh, you're the one with the yes, I'm the one that represents all Iranians." Obviously, but I'm thankful for it, because someone has to do it, and it's gotten me here, and I can have a little bit of time with you guys, and we've been going from different places and doing this, and but I must say again, I'm just really hit by the pain of it all today, and I hope you guys can give me some more hope for the future, because I really find it difficult to see right now. I have a 14-year-old girl at home, and most of the people's lives lost in this past years are children. I mean, girls in my daughter's age.
Thank you, Samara. It's extremely concerning how often the media and society do not keep up with and artists and activists in other fields being often the first to point out the harmful stereotyping and the discrimination and that we are talking about. Khaled, I'm wondering if you might also comment on this, how you feel supported in your activism, in your local art scene, and where your art takes you, and how you feel that these art scenes reflect the justice that is present in these societies.
I don't know where is my local art scene.
Exactly.
Your choice.
No, but I really don't know. Because I live in a place where, I believe in multi-locality more than nationality, but this is not how the world functions, because you can be local in any place. But I think it's a little bit, exist in a kind of weird position in between the art world and organization and justice, and they all want me and no one wants me. Not in the sense, but in a sense of, for example, the art world, so in Western institution, you find artists who represent countries through their conflicts, which is sometimes problematic. I don't like to join this a little bit, because it's all the time, it's a colonizer lens, or it's a media lens that represent other people only through their pain, their conflict, not through their, again, complex personalities. And the art market is not so much interested in what I'm doing, because I think it will be depressive for any art collector to put this kind of work at home. Organization, they like what I'm doing. They don't. Sometimes some organization, they try to instrumentalize it, which I don't like as well, because sometimes I feel they miss the importance of the art part. And they just want to use it as for advocacy.
Yeah.
And I think it will be nice if organizations also develop to support artists from the art perspective, and artistic organizations develop to support activists or creative activism from artistic perspective, you know, because it's combined both. I think a decade ago, like, things has started being changed a little bit, where creative activism, especially after Me Too and Black Lives Matters, find its way to museums, but before not as such. The work you find in big institutions or museum, it's critical work to institution, to what's happening in the world, or commentary work, but not activist work. Now this is changing a little bit. Sorry, what was the second question?
Yeah, whether you feel that the art scenes that where you work, or where you find yourselves, reflect, and by art scenes I mean the ecosystem, the structures of the museums, the festivals, the biennales, whether they represent, the diversity, the justice that we are talking about. Do you feel that, for example, the museums in Berlin where you are based, or other actors, other players in the art scene, do you feel that they choose to represent people, artists, who are activists and who fight against discrimination?
Yeah. No, there's no justice, even in a progressive country like Germany. It's still white male-dominated, the art world. Even female German white artists, they don't have same opportunities as much as male artists, and that's statistics, not opinion. And same thing for other groups and minorities. Sometimes organizations try to have a checklist. Now we need, like, what is the hype now? Ukraine, so let's have Ukrainian artists. Let's have, like LGBT artists, the refugee artists, whatever. But sometimes it's not done in a authentic way that it is really inclusive. Sometimes it's also to feel that they are participating. I call it like guilt washing, because it's just make people feel good about what they're doing and participating in something bigger. But I think we have to broaden our thinking if we want to think of intersectionality and inclusivity.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's a bit limited.
Absolutely, and also that progress goes back and forth. I want to take as a case in point, because the Venice Biennale, the Venice Art Biennale in 22 last year, where over 90% of the artists represented in the central exhibition were women, gender diverse, indigenous artists, and artists of color, and only less than 9% of the artists were the artists who represent the norm in enormously sadly, the norm in the international art world, who can also be fantastic artists, but the white, cis, Western, white, cis, heterosexual men. So yes, there is progress, and as we know that progress can also go backwards in history. I want to go a little bit before we open to questions in the hall. I want to go back to the panel this morning, where one of the panelists talked about the importance of qualitative research on what makes societies cohesive and resilient, and art is often hailed for being a platform for qualitative research, because it lends itself in different ways to quantitative research, let's say. And I'm wondering whether you identify as artists, mostly as artists or art researchers, whether you believe, and you can comment on what, and I'm addressing all of you here, that art can contribute in art making and can, and the ways that art can intersect with other parts of society, can contribute to social cohesion and resilience? And if so how?
Yeah, so of course I do resonate with art research because I am a researcher now, even though I don't identify as an art researcher per se. But the transformation of images that I was talking about the first time I was speaking, I think about it more as a futures design exercise, and because it's peace themed, it's basically about designing peace arrangements that would be based on peace values as we see them. Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, if one photograph, one vision of peace results in one outline, but then one outline can be engaged with by many, many people, it becomes a moving constellation and a conversation. And like this, it's also a democratic way to build a peace arrangement because it's participatory and it's deliberative. Mm-hmm. And it also fosters constructive disagreement, because the point is literally to make a change to the outline. Like, I'm inviting you and I'm encouraging you to disagree with what I just gave you, and I also create opportunities for you to actually disagree, so I'm trying to get this conversation forward. And I think oftentimes artistic tools are good tools for peace building specifically, because we need some sort of metaphors to create more effective and bigger leaps towards peace building, in the sense that, of course, there is progress and there's also a lot of change backward. But if there is progress, it's very incremental, because it's hard to sort of break free from our realities that are very war-ridden. And even now, when I was collecting these images, every image basically in Color Art Peace, every photograph, a vision of peace from Ukraine, also shows a lot of war, because war affects everything. And I've, specifically after also the full-scale invasion, I've received spectacular entries, both in terms of image quality and also the content and the description of why. But exactly taking the photographic content out and creating this outline metaphor is also a way to, okay, but we need to imagine something different so that we can go towards it. And the point in design processes specifically, this becomes a demo, like a simplified model of what it could be. And since I work mostly at the grassroots level with this kind of image transformation specifically, and then with other kinds of stakeholders, with other things that happen. So it's a way of empowerment, in a sense that, like, you just did the thing that you want to do on paper, or you just did it in a digital way. So, like, just go out of the room where you did it and do it on a bigger scale. And it's sort of encouraging, because it also looks nice. Again, not anything that I wanted, but it does look nice. And then it's kind of cool to look back at, so you get reminded about what you want to do and what you have done already, and hopefully more encouraged to do. And I have seen also a lot of impact on people's individual lives and on communities through my project, and that's also what keeps me going.
Thank you, Lisa. Tamara.
Well, I'm not a researcher, but I'm sure that if there was someone like Lisa maybe, or other who were interested in researching this in a qualitative way, I think I am sure that what I am doing with my little platform is I am changing some people's, maybe not minds, but perspectives on some things. I can feel it when talking to them afterwards. Like, some people from yesterday told me that that the concert had a healing effect on them after a day of really hard talks and difficult situations that we're all in. So I'm sure that there is research to be made. That I don't know if I would be the one to do it. Maybe I will if this continues. I might have to go on in a field work. But I can tell you some examples that have been happening in my local environment within this year of the Women Life Freedom movement. We've sat down with Danish groups and told some of these very personal stories and backgrounds, and have had them translate that into a piece of poetry. Yeah. So for me, that's how we work in the right direction. I'm so, again, I agree so much with I was looking for the word, I was going to say green shaming, but it's the guilt. Was it that you said?
Guilt washing.
Yes, guilt washing. Sorry, yes, guilt washing. I'm afraid I do see a lot of that happening. Actually, it's more on the last question, but the places where this is not happening, well, it's authentic. It's when we're sitting with the people, with everyone who's the same as we are. Yeah. I've had experiences after talks and concerts with people who come to me and say, I traveled in Iran in the 70s, and I just love that. I love how you are. I love your culture. I love the warmth and the openness of your people. And it just really hits me in both a good place, but also in a really sad place, because that only comes out to me because of what I just showed them. But if we could make that grow somehow, that like you're saying, the work that you're doing is just, it's growing out above and beyond our work. This is what we need, and this is what I believe that art actually does. So the song I did to begin with yesterday, for you who were here, I told you that was a song written on a basis of tweets from Iranians right now in Iran, and this guy living in Iran took the chance of making a piece of poetry with this. And it went viral. Everyone in the world, well, I hope a lot of people at least know this song by now. So this is a way of, like, an organic way of creating this progress, if you can say it in that kind of word, where to the curating and the local environments, I feel, again, we have to, it's more complex. I really appreciate you saying the 90% of non-blah, blah, but that in itself is not an aim for me. It should be taking the complex persons and artists and let them flourish in whatever way they want, not in any way that we think that they should be put in, so we can feel that now we've done our thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it depends on how your approach is. Yeah. What do you mean by qualitative research, really? Because qualitative for who? With what aim? So that would be my question back, and I maybe you have some answers. I can't see it right now. Maybe you can say something smart.
Thank you.
I was just typing on my phone. I wasn't texting. Just to clarify this. So several things. So first of all, in many, many places, almost everywhere I go, everyone talk about the role of art. It's almost like art is created by its own. They don't talk about artists. And that's really frustrates me, because we talk about art for better society, art for peace, art for et cetera, but we don't talk about artists who's doing this, because the art is not created. And sometimes it makes me wonder if it's using art or abusing artists, because we see a lot of abusive actual treatment to artists. Many organizations, they don't offer payment for artists in the name of publicity or name it, really. Proven that artists everywhere, literally not specific artists, they are poor, they are in a bad situation, they are in a bad mental health, they are bad in psychological health. And that's also another question or another point to mention when we talk about peace. I think we all kind of addressing political peace, which I understand, but I think there's also another level of peace that is very individual, and it's very, because sometimes we have war inside of us individually, right? There's 1 billion, which is one, I don't know now, 6th or 7th of the word, people with psychological difficulties, if it's anxiety or it's depression or psychological disorder, et cetera. So we have to think also, when we think of peace, we have to broaden a little bit our thinking, because the obvious, of course, the political peace is important, but I think there's also another type of peace. What I want to also to go a little bit beyond the answer that is expected, where of course arts play a role and change this. I think what might be good as well, sometimes someone, I forget whom from the researcher, yesterday in the panel, they were talking about including researchers in political discussions, because they can bring another thinking to the table, which is, I 100% agree. I will extend that as well to include artists, because what is, I think, unique about art, so it's in general, at least personally, I didn't develop a craftship where I'm focusing on one medium and develop it, but I focus on the creative process as a medium. And artists in general, so your kind of normal way of thinking become creative because you just practice it a lot. It's a muscle, right? So I think including artists in such a discussions is important, because we don't think linear, right? Like we have this weird kind of thinking that we go actually against the norm. Like it's not 1, 2, 3. It's like let's mix things up. Let's go upside down. So I think including artists in such a conversation, even though we are not seen as important in political discussion, we might bring something different to the table.
I couldn't agree more. I just want to say that we have 2 minutes left for questions. So if there are any, yes, please. Please tell us your name.
Hello, my name is Vilborg, and I'm with the Ministry for Foreign Affairs, and I also make immersive theater. So I come from 2 very different backgrounds. And I just wanted to say thank you, and I just wanted to, because you got me thinking about, there's 3 points that I wanted to make connections with. Yesterday, Sanam was talking about, she was talking about in one panel about the inevitability of war, and the rhetoric around the inevitability of war. And she was pointing out that there's human agency behind that. You know, there's decisions to be made, and there's, you know, you could just as well just not make those decisions, make some other decisions. And then I wanted to point, you know, there's one point that Khaled was making about the theater of the justice system, the theater of the courts. And that's also very important point, that there's human agency and there's creation in the systems that we are using every day. We're using, you know, within the ministry, within the meetings that we are having, within the justice system and all the structures that we create, there's creation. There's like human agency. So I just wanted to sort of add to your point that the art world is, you know, one sort of structure, one, you know, a structure, a human-made structure. But the role of the artist, in my view, is to point out the structures and point out the human agency that is, it's always present in all the decisions that we are making. You know, when you're creating art or you're creating the setup for a like a justice system or a room where justice takes place, there's, you know, so much theater there. And I think, you know, the artists, and I thank you for using your creative powers, you know, and all of us, I mean, all of us who are, you know, working within, you know, policy making or wherever, we can all use our creative powers to make other decisions. So, thank you.
Thank you so much for that contribution. And would any of you like to contribute back?
I will just say one last word. I think it's important because now we are reaching the 75th anniversary of human rights. I really, really invite you all to think of which human rights. Just be honest. So because I think honesty is what will create common ground for peace. I don't like him, but the Polish representative or the representative Polish government in one interview with the BBC, the interview asked him, so do you accept refugees? Like 0. We accept 0 Muslim refugees. And we have 2 million Ukrainians, which is great. I mean, he's racist, and he said it, like, about himself. But it creates common ground. We identify the problem, and then we can go and fix it. But I think my problem with the Western world, and not only Scandinavia, but in many, many other countries, is this double standard and double speech. So just be honest. I don't think people are racist. I think after the Second World War, a system created was racist based on who won the war. It doesn't include others. Even refugee agreement, for example, it was created for European after 16 or 18 years included other nations. So I think starting being honest about that, it might lead to honest conversation that might lead to courage solutions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Khaled. I think we're out of time and we will end with these words. I want to thank all of you, Lisa, Samara and Khaled, for sharing your lived experience, the knowledge you have built in your practice and your vision and your solutions for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I was told that we should just start slowly here. My name is Mona Kanwal-Sheikh, and I will be moderating this next session. I am currently the head of the Global Security and Worldviews unit, research unit at the Danish Institute for International Studies, and also heading one part of the Danish Afghanistan Commission that is looking into the question about why or how come that the Taliban could take over Afghanistan in spite of the heavy military and civil engagement in the country. So one part of that inquiry is focusing on the lack of attention towards an inclusive peace process. And though I know that this panel is not about Afghanistan, what unfolded in Afghanistan is an example of a context where there is a desperate need to reconsider both the role of interventions, but also the way we are thinking about conflict resolution. So armed conflicts today, if we look at them very broadly, they are, of course, driven by a range of factors, very different factors. It could be scarce resources, ideology, climate change. It can be local feuds over land issues. It can be spillover effects from rivalries between different regional actors. And these factors, scarce resources or climate change and so on, are often present at once. They are often a part of the very same conflict. So that is what our panel will be about today. It's in the literature on conflict thinking, there are these terms that are called like conflict interlinkages, bundled conflicts, multi-layered conflicts, that all reflect this very growing scholarly attention to such complexity. And perhaps you could say that these sorts of complexities have always been there, but I think a growing attention towards the way that these different factors or dynamics are interlinked has implications for the way that we think about conflict transformation or conflict resolution or conflict containment. So in this panel, we want to demonstrate these forms of conflict constellations that have different layers, and we ask what are the implications for the different layers of a conflict. And before I hand the mic to our first panelist, I just want to give one very brief example of why this is relevant. And an example of a recent conflict is, for instance, the conflict in Syria. If we look back at what happened and the development of the events, so we see that the manifestation of the Arab Spring that happened, that started with this protest against the authoritarian regime in 2011, it quickly turned into this stage for regional rivalry. So it was as a local protest against an authoritarian regime changing into a stage for regional rivalry. It sparked a full-blown civil war, and it caused led to international military interference. So we also saw that a lot of jihadist actors, some locals, other foreigners, came into that conflict arena. Eventually, Islamic State was established as a movement, and the territorial caliphate there. And the conflict then became further complicated. And yet, this was not the complication that I'm talking about, was not only due to the fact that there were like multiple actors on ground, but it was also assumingly due to some other aspects driving the conflict. And these are, you can call non-material aspects such as ideology, religion, emotions, transnational communication, and so on. So when we talk about these types of interlinked conflicts or bundled conflicts, we do not only mean like conflict extension, that a conflict, it has a spillover effect on the neighboring country, but we talk about the fact that we might want to challenge the idea that there is an original conflict that we need to deal with that automatically expands or escalates. So the idea is, if you have multiple actors on ground, it of course complicates conflict, but it also means that you have a lot of different accounts about what the conflict is actually about in its core. And I think we need to ask ourselves, in a conflict situation, do we pay enough attention to these multiple accounts of what the conflict is actually about? And in this panel, we want to present two types of contemporary conflicts that display this type of complexity that I'm talking about. So the first is conflicts with, that involve jihadist actors, and the second type is conflicts that are accelerated by climate change. And then we also ask the question about how multipolarity, again, a question that relates to a lot of actor types that we need to relate to, how that actually affects our conflict resolution thinking. I should perhaps also say that a couple of our panelists unfortunately couldn't be here today because due to illness, but we still have this wonderful panel here. And I will present them at once in the beginning here, and then one by one they will come up here and present. And in the end, we will open up for questions and answers. And if you're silent at that point, then I will try to provoke some questions or some comments. So our three speakers are, we have Dino Krause, who is a postdoc researcher at the Danish Institute for International Studies. His current work is on de-escalation and containment of jihadist conflicts, particularly those with non-state groups that are affiliated with Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. Then we have Justine Chambers, who is also a postdoctoral research fellow at DIS, at the Danish Institute for International Studies. And she has extensive research experience from Myanmar with a focus on moral authorities, on violence, conflict, economies, land use, and climate change. And then our last panelist, not least, is Isabel Bramsen, who's an associate professor and director of peace and conflict studies at Lund University. And she conducts research on nonviolent resistance, on violence, diplomacy, peace talks, in very diverse cases such as Philippines, Syria, Colombia, and Northern Ireland, right? So welcome to the panel, and I hope you will enjoy the presentations. So Dino, go ahead.
Thank you, Mona, for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers for putting together such an inspiring and really interesting conference. I'm really glad for the opportunity to be able to speak about jihadist conflicts today and some of the challenges they pose for peace building. In 2023, today, over 4 years after, in March 2019, the Islamic State lost the last pockets of its former self-declared caliphate in eastern Syria, still 1/3 of the world's civil wars involve groups with a self-proclaimed, globally oriented jihadist ideology. Most of these groups are affiliated with Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State through a formal pledge of allegiance, and it is those kinds of groups that I'm focusing on in my research, which are also somewhat different from nationally oriented Islamist groups such as Hamas, for example. If you look at this map, it's maybe a little bit small, but I hope you can see the global distribution of organized violence involving these groups. This map is based on data from 2022. It's actually based on data from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program, which was already mentioned yesterday, which is a very useful source. You can see how the epicenter of this kind of conflict has somewhat shifted actually in recent years from North Africa and the Middle East more towards sub-Saharan Africa, and you see the epicenter of that kind of violence today being very much in the Sahel region, but also in the Horn of Africa and Somalia. And there are also somewhat younger conflicts with jihadist groups in northeastern Mozambique, in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And importantly, Islamic State is also still very active in its originally core territory of Iraq and Syria, and also in Afghanistan. It's very important to state up front that when I'm saying jihadist conflicts, this does not mean that these conflicts are only about jihadism. Actually, these are conflicts that are interwoven at the local level with various local conflict drivers, such as state repression, state incapacity, ethnic tensions, organized crime, poverty, of course, and also accelerated by climate change. So we will have a separate discussion of that, but if we look, for example, at the Sahel region, there we have the overlap of both. We have jihadist groups operating in areas that have been already badly affected by climate change. Now, although these conflicts are taking place in many different parts of the world, and they also resemble non-jihadist conflicts in many ways, there's something that seems quite particular if you separate these conflicts from other types of armed conflicts, and that is that they are basically unavailable for conflict resolution. So we don't have any examples of high-level peace negotiations, let alone peace agreements being signed by these kinds of groups with affiliations to Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. And these conflicts are also very intensive, so they're causing great human suffering, and this, of course, poses the question, why are these conflicts so unavailable for conflict resolution? So I'm going to focus on that in my short presentation, and maybe also as some information for you is that what I'm going to say is based on patterns across different conflicts. So not all of these points may 100% apply in every jihadist conflict, but there are some overall patterns that we can see. I will structure the sets of explanations along two lines. The first one is factors that are related to the jihadist groups themselves. So basically factors that render these groups or that may render them unavailable for peace-building attempts. And then on the other hand, we have factors that are related to the governments. So why may governments perhaps treat these groups also differently from other insurgent groups, and thereby also contributing to the intractability of this type of conflict? Starting with the jihadists, it's very important to state that they have far-ranging goals. And these goals are far-ranging on the one hand in terms of being global. So jihadist groups have an ideology that transcends nation-state borders. In fact, they actually explicitly reject nation-state borders. And this makes it very difficult, of course, also theoretically and practically to negotiate about something as abstract as a global caliphate. Additionally, even if you look at what they want to achieve domestically, it's quite far-ranging. They want to establish their interpretation of Sharia-based law, They want to transform existing state institutions, and this, of course, if it were to be implemented, would come with grave consequences for different minority groups in society, and it also often directly runs counter to existing constitutions of states that are in conflict with these groups. Another factor is the organizational structure of many jihadist groups, which resembles a cell-like organizational structure. So often these groups are operating in locally somewhat disconnected units of small numbers of fighters that are commanded by low-level leaders. And that makes them very factionalized. So if governments want to negotiate with them, also, for example, about more limited issues such as prisoner releases, local ceasefires, humanitarian access, it's often difficult to identify the representatives of jihadist groups that can actually speak on behalf of the entire group that have that, who have that authority. And this is also partially a consequence, the structure of the high level of military pressure that they have been exposed to. So this is also perhaps important to keep in mind. Then there's, of course, the affiliations of these groups with external organizations. I already mentioned that the overwhelming majority of jihadist groups operating in different parts of the world are affiliated with Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State. And this means that a decision to enter peace negotiations theoretically would, of course, also, these organizations would also have a say in it. And this is particularly an issue, I would say, with regards to the Islamic State, because the Islamic State, on ideological grounds, one could say, is very hostile towards the very idea of negotiating and often attacks its rival Al-Qaeda, claiming that Al-Qaeda is betraying its own ideology by being allegedly open for negotiations. Although, as I said before, we haven't actually seen Al-Qaeda being involved in peace negotiations before. So this is certainly also a major challenge. If we look at the government side of the equation, one very basic challenge is that governments often don't fully acknowledge the political dimensions of jihadist conflicts. These conflicts are often framed in a way where governments actually deny that there is an armed conflict in the first place. They're often presented as terrorist groups and that are also presented as religiously fanatic and therefore outside of the reach for negotiations. And while that may be true with regards to several jihadist groups, it may not be true with regards to all of them to the same extent. Jihadist conflicts also are characterized by the involvement, often, of external actors. States fighting against jihadist groups have often received external counterterrorism support. For example, African Union involvement in Mozambique, French and US and various other international actors have supported local governments in the Sahel region fighting against jihadists there. And you also have now a private military company, Wagner, operating in the same area. The challenge with this is, of course, that the higher the number of external actors that become involved in these conflicts, the higher also the number of actors becomes that needs to agree on, would have to agree on a negotiation strategy. And given the sensitivity of this issue, we can often see that it's also the external actors that are pushing local governments away from negotiating. Sometimes, an example would be Mali, where the former president, Keita, I think it was in 2020, signaled actually openness towards exploring the possibility of negotiating with the Al-Qaeda, with parts of the Al-Qaeda affiliated coalition, insurgent coalition in Mali. And then there was a public pushback from the French government against that. So that, I think, works also to illustrate this challenge. Last point, and this is a challenge in many armed conflicts around the world for peacebuilding, is the issue of terrorist listings. And this is particularly relevant in jihadist conflicts because jihadist groups are significantly more likely to be terrorist listed than other groups, and this has been documented in different studies. All major Islamic State and Al-Qaeda affiliates are widely proscribed on all major terrorist lists. Now, terrorist listings, of course, serve some important functions. They can allow governments to prosecute individuals associated with these organizations, for example, to counter their financing networks. But when it comes to peace building, it's also a barrier because it establishes legal repercussions for example, civil society actors that may want to engage in local level dialogue with these groups, or for external peace building actors as well. One way to address this could, for example, be to make that kind of engagement legal while leaving the terrorist listings in place, or to provide avenues towards delisting, because listing groups is relatively easy, but delisting them on the long run is quite a big challenge. And I think I'll leave it at that and leave the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone, and thank you especially to Mona for organising this panel, and to the organisers here. It's been a really inspiring conference, and I'm from Australia. I'm from the Danish Institute for International Studies, but it's been really great to get a sense for the conversations happening in the Nordic region. I will be speaking primarily from my experience working on Myanmar, but I think a lot of the research and the sort of conversations that are taking place in that context also speak to other contexts that I hope you can all learn from. So the conflict climate nexus in 2021, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change warned that the impacts of the climate crisis are particularly pronounced in poor and conflict-affected countries. Of the 25 countries deemed most vulnerable to climate change, the majority are mired in conflict. Environmental degradation made worse by climate change has increased competition between farmers and pastoralist herders in West Africa. Access to water along with drought, desertification, recurrent flooding is causing economic and social fabric of the Horn of Africa and the Sahel region constraints. In other countries, climate change does not directly cause armed conflict, but indirectly increases the risk of conflict by exacerbating existing social and environmental inequalities, such as Guinea-Bissau, Myanmar, Somalia, Haiti. This is not to say that there is a direct correlation between climate change and conflict, rather that countries enduring conflict are less able to cope with climate change precisely because their ability to adapt is weakened by conflict. And there is increasing recognition that climate change, environmental degradation, and peace and security are intrinsically interlinked and cannot be treated as separate issues. However, there are really gaps that remain in how to address this increase in climate change, vulnerabilities in context with violent conflict and state oppression. So I think it's really important in thinking about the question of climate change and conflict that we go back to root causes and to history, rather than sort of seeing these issues as just coming about in the last sort of 2 decades. Climate security impacts tend to be complex, as they often take shape through chains of compounded effects. Both conflict and climate change are embedded in complex power structures, which co-produce and expose differentiated and unjust life opportunities, insecurities, and vulnerabilities. I think it's really interesting that over the last couple of days, no one's mentioned the role of capitalism. And I think when we're talking about climate change, it's really key to question what we take for granted in the global world order. The vulnerability of many countries is not rooted in topography, but in a planned historical process of development within the global capitalist system. Global efforts to reduce emissions also run headlong into land-grabbing dynamics, and which also stoke insecurity and conflict, as they create shifts in access to and control over land-based resources away from local inhabitants who depend on agrarian livelihoods. If we look at global initiatives in biofuels, hydropower, nature conservation and climate adaptation, we're seeing a really big increase in land grabs away from agrarian and indigenous communities. So attempting to explain the effects of climate change or create strategies to adapt to and mitigate it without reckoning with these longer term transformations in ecology, land and labour risks really normalising and exacerbating already stark inequalities and differentiated vulnerabilities. So in terms of the international efforts, we are really seeing an increased sort of, conversations building around the conflict climate nexus. The UN is seeking to mitigate security risks in tandem with its efforts to address climate change so as to generate co-benefits and create a more resilient future. Since 2018, the Climate Security Mechanism has provided multidisciplinary support to member states, regional organisations and United Nations entities to better understand the linkages between climate, peace and security. The UN Security Council has adopted over 70 resolutions and presidential statements that address aspects of climate-related peace and security implications. This is included in political and peacekeeping missions. However, a few member states still strongly oppose adding climate change to the Security Council agenda, despite this sort of broad support among UN member states. In addition, the world's richest countries are conspicuously failing to commit to climate targets and generate the international financing needed to tackle climate change and biodiversity loss, further exacerbating insecurity and conflict risk. And there really remains insufficient emphasis on the critical role of sustainable development issues in a package of measures on conflict prevention in particular. Implementing depoliticised climate-related interventions from the broader context. So more concerted collective action is really needed to assess the security implications of climate change and its effects on fragile and conflict-affected states, but particularly on the most vulnerable communities, women, youth and Indigenous groups. So I wanted to draw attention to Myanmar, which, like many conflicts in the world, has basically been forgotten. It's not really in the media anymore. Which, as someone who works there, is very devastating. These dynamics are really heightened in countries like Myanmar, where the insecurities posed by brutal military dictatorship, more than 70 years of civil war, and climate change are deeply embedded within power and intersectional inequalities, as well as longer-term struggles over land, territory, indigeneity and belonging. And just for some context, there was a brutal military coup in February 2021, but Myanmar has been at constant conflict since it gained independence in 1948. And as you can imagine, it was also in conflict before that because it was involved in World War II. There was an independence movement. So, I think it's really important just to remember history when we think about conflict. But I also wanted to sort of take you back to before the coup, before it became the crisis that it currently is. Even though large parts of the country were still in conflict, we saw policies being developed with international technical support on climate change. While recognising the urgency of climate change actions, many of the solutions were focused on support through the central government, which has been largely seen as a violent, predatory government, and on really techno-managerial solutions, such as modern technological innovations, government regulation, and policy change. However, the majority of these policies were by and large apolitical and conflict blind, and we see that in other parts of the world. We see a lot of climate interventions going into places and not recognising conflict dynamics and the complexities of conflict dynamics. So there was no mention in documents of the armed conflicts in the border regions, agrarian land struggles, and the legacies of ethnic conflict and authoritarianism, let alone a recognition of how these realities on the ground affect local climate change, adaptation and environmental protection. And the role of civil society and Indigenous natural resource protection were largely ignored or under-prioritised in favour of state-centric top-down solutions. Since the coup, many sort of international organisations and donors did initially suspend their work on both peace building and climate adaptation and mitigation initiatives. However, we are already seeing a push from the United Nations organizations for a normalization of relations with the military. Meanwhile, human rights abuses and mass atrocities continue to unfold across the country at scale every day. Just yesterday, an IDP camp was bombed by the military. The military has also expanded mining operations, further degrading ecosystems and worsening food security for millions of people. Plans to revive controversial hydropower dams and palm oil plantations in locations which are largely in ethnic and indigenous communities. And the lack of governance, accountability and enforcement of environmental protection is already having long-term effects on the population and kind of further feeds into the conflict dynamics. And yet, despite these constraints, Indigenous-led coalitions and ethnic community-based organisations do continue to raise their voices for change, calling for return of their territories and respect for the environment and the recognition of self-determination. So how do we think about ways forward with these really incredible, complicated and complex dynamics? I think it's really important that humanitarian organisations in conflict spaces collaborate to strengthen climate action. While people in conflict zones are among the most vulnerable to climate change, we have a lot of data and evidence on that. There is a really big gap in funding for climate action between stable and fragile countries. And a greater share of climate finance really needs to be allocated to places affected by conflict to help communities adapt to climate change. Increased cooperation also between multilateral bodies to ensure that climate action and peace building reinforce each other and don't actually further degrade already these complex conflict dynamics. I think the international community really needs to ensure that the drivers of conflict are considered with climate interventions and peace-building interventions. But I think also that we need to think more imaginatively in sort of taking the theme of this conference. We need to think outside the bounds of the state system as well. And I think, so many sort of climate interventions, but also peace-building forums are so focused on state actors, and going back to some of the conversations from yesterday, a lot of these actors are men and also perpetrators of violence. And, there are so many community groups that are tired of not having a seat at the table. And, the implementation should really shift away from these sort of top-down state-centric and purely technical solutions to people-centred approaches with flexible funding and reporting requirements in conflict zones that really sort of fit these volatile and insecure contexts. And again, instead of being constrained by state-based solutions, climate security should really target assistance at local CSOs, Indigenous groups and women's organisations outside of the state. Where are the women, those who are most affected by the conflict? Why are they not at these tables? Where are the Indigenous groups? Why are they not, at the conversations around climate change? Why are they constantly outside of these rooms? When we seek solutions without those most impacted by conflict and climate change, we won't find solutions. And we really need people that have actually demonstrated their commitment to peace and to environmental peace building at the table, rather than sort of just facilitating the role of authoritarian military perpetrators of violence. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much to the organizers for this fantastic conference. Super inspiring and very, very important in these days. And also thank you very much to Mona for putting this excellent panel together. The previous speakers have been touching upon sort of the difficulties of today's conflicts, the unavailability of some of the conflicts to be solved, the difficulties, very much focusing on sort of the characteristics of the new trends of the conflict. And I will look more into sort of the characteristics of today's world in making conflict resolution more difficult, or at least different. And I want to draw your attention to sort of the multipolarity, increasing multipolarity of the world. There are big discussions in peace research and IR whether we are seeing multipolarity or not, but certainly most analysts agree that we see a decline in unipolarity, in sort of US hegemony, and sort of increasing importance of regional actors and rising powers. So in this sort of world of multipolarity and of sort of power rivalry and geopolitical competition, there is indeed a greater importance of diplomacy. And yesterday, the new Agenda for Peace from the General Secretary of the UN was mentioned, and here in that agenda, really, diplomacy is put at the core of sort of avoiding geopolitical competition from turning violent. So certainly there's a greater need for diplomacy, and you could say in this new emerging world order, it's more important to have many friends, for example, voting with you in the UN Security Council or General Assembly, also the importance of more flexible alliances, and so on. So I think there are many new interesting changes in the world order today, and when it comes to mediation and conflict resolution, we see a change in mediators, we see a change in parties, and in terms of possible solutions. And when it comes to mediators, there are certainly new actors of mediation. One thing is multi-party mediation, where, and this relates to the whole conversation about the Nordics as well, Nordics teaming up with other partners like Norway and Cuba, who were the main guarantors of the peace talks between the Colombian government and the FARC. And now, recently ongoing, we have peace talks between the ELN, another militant group in Colombia, with the Colombian government. And here we also have Norway and Cuba, but also Venezuela. And these talks, and I would love to maybe talk to you, Dino, about how, I mean, at least it's very interesting that some of these talks actually very much take into account the complexities of the conflict and the many different groups and interests. And there's a new peace plan in Colombia, Paz Total, where they're bringing all kinds of militant groups, also just criminal groups and all kinds of groups to talk. So I think there are some very interesting dynamics there that might be also applicable in jihadist conflicts, but maybe not. But it could be an interesting discussion. But then we also see entrance of mediators with sort of non-liberal values, with sort of China, Saudi Arabia this year, sort of mediating, if you will, an agreement, sort of detente agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, Turkey in the case of Ukraine last year, Russia, Nagorno-Karabakh, and Syria and elsewhere. So we certainly see new actors, not the sort of Nordics or, you know, as we know them with liberal values and so on, but very different actors. In the case of Ukraine, I think it's a good case in point to see, you know, these different actors being involved in the peace, you know, attempt to end the war. You could ask, is this one of the most diplomatic efforts in the sort of in history to end the war? At least we have numerous countries offering their assistance to mediation. Turkey, South Africa, China, Israel, all kinds of countries saying, well, we can mediate if you want. So that is certainly an interesting development, I think. And also there's been a trend of offering peace plans or position papers on peace, with African countries traveling to Russia and Ukraine to come with their idea for sort of a framework for peace, and China coming up with a peace plan, Ukraine having a sort of peace plan. So that is very interesting. And then I wanted to flag meetings that were held this year, first in June in Copenhagen, and then later in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia in August, where there was a peace summit of a kind without Russia. So 40 countries gathered their sort of security advisors to talk about the Ukrainian peace plan. And even in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia managed to get China on board. So sort of a track of peace negotiations without the main party on board. I mean, if you open any book on conflict resolution or mediation, it will say you need the parties to the conflict at the table. But I'm not to say that maybe this could actually be a fruitful track to actually pull some strings and come up, with, China being allied to Russia and so on, pull some strings to actually maybe come up with a framework for future negotiations. Who knows? And at least nobody knows, apart from the people in the room, what actually happened in these settings. So I think that sort of raises the questions, is this new multipolarity with so many actors being involved good or bad for conflict resolution? And I guess there's no clear answer to that. Some could argue that there are greater chances for resolving at least some types of conflict. For example, Iran and Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't necessarily have had the US negotiating some kind of deal in that regard. So maybe with more parties sort of offering their assistance, maybe there's a greater chance for finding solutions. But definitely it can also be discussed, the legitimacy of many of these processes. And you could say that it's quite tricky because to some extent, peace process of this kind of new actors being mediators are more inclusive, and to some extent they're less inclusive. So one example is the Astana peace talks, sort of Syrian peace talks, or peace talks on Syria, which was parallel to the UN track in Geneva, starting 2017. And here, interestingly, Iran was on board, and they were not invited to the table in the UN-led peace talks, but also because Turkey, so it was Turkey, Russia, and Iran sort of convening or being the guarantors of the Astana peace process track. And since Turkey was on board as one of the guarantors, they would sort of prevent Kurdish groups from being part of the talks, and certainly women and civil society representatives. So to some extent, these processes are more inclusive, and to some extent they're less inclusive. And certainly you could say they're less focused on liberal values, and you can have more sort of a smaller peace agreements with less focus on sort of justice and democracy and so on, but more just ceasefire agreements or something of that like. And definitely, and we should keep, it's tricky to always say that something is complex and muddy, but certainly it makes conflict resolution processes even more complex and muddy. And I think I also wanted to sort of just flag quickly what form of multipolarity, if we were to like zoom out, okay, what kind of world do we want? This is the imagined form, so I think it fits, if we have increasing sort of importance of regional powers and so on, how can we prevent sort of major wars? And some scholars, analysts say we need a cooperative multipolarity. Others, like Kissinger, would say we need, emphasizing the importance of shared values and mutual trust. But I think it's important to recognize that friendly relations and cooperation is not always possible. It's not always, just possible to have cooperation across, different divides and so on. Especially also when there is increasing resistance to liberal norms, the liberal world order, and to US hegemony in particular. So I just want to flag an idea that I'm working on at the moment, sort of an alternative to this, to have an agonistic world order, agonistic diplomacy, and it relates to what Marco also mentioned yesterday with the idea of agonistic peace. So rather than having peace as like now we're all friends and happy and so on, to have peace as sort of a space for contestation, counter-hegemony, diversity, pluralism and so on. Not necessarily solve the issues, of course,
we need to solve many issues. There are many things that we need to have immediate action on, but there are also many things that are very, very difficult to solve and has to do with values and so on, that maybe we shouldn't solve them immediately. It's not main focus on consensus, but more on being able to continue the conversation and not sort of close down diplomatic space when it's most needed. So having this continued in action in the UN and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just go up here. I think we have time for a couple of questions or comments from the audience. And you can perhaps present yourself and then who you're targeting your question at.
Thank you so much for an amazing panel, very interesting. I have questions for two of the speakers. So if I may turn to Isabel, who presented last. Sort of if you could reflect on the use of the term liberal values and the trap that this actually could create in terms of underscoring the importance of the universality of human rights that we have been talking about. Second question, I would like to direct to you, Dino, and it has to do with the groups and that you talked about, who may be, local in nature, fighting local grievances and injustices, but who then sort of jump on this jihadist bandwagon, which may be very useful for fighting purposes. They get resources, other forms of military support, but if they then want to negotiate, they're in a trap. Their cell-like structures don't allow for it, and their external patrons won't allow it. So my questions to you is, do you see any opportunities for these groups to relocalize again? If there's any research on that. And also another question, what types of third parties seem most effective when it comes to engaging with these groups? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we take one more question and then I'll give the word to the panel, because I can see we actually need to end the session soon.
Yeah, I can stand. Yeah, thank you. This is more or less a comment for Isabel and like a question, I think, that you provoke it in the end. And I very much agree that I think we needed a new kind of agonistic multilateralism that we can prevent perhaps a major force. But what it could be, that is another issue and how it come up. But I would like to kind of focus a bit the same on how you perhaps emphasize the kind of how the illiberal or authoritarian powers are becoming mediators may not, or certainly not, kind of promote the liberal values. I would have seen this a bit differently, and I make the question in that way that see that first, I think that how the mediation field has been changed during the past decade, see that it's go far beyond the promoting of liberal values. So we have a mediator field with looking about not only state actors, but a lot of a kind of a private kind of NGO actors and non-profit actors that have stepped beyond the promoting any kind of liberal values for very much of trying to looking to find a kind of a local inclusive solution and a kind of engaging this kind of inclusive and don't care, even not think about in what direction the solution and the peace would go off. They're leaving that really to take kind of a peace coming from bottom up. And I think when the danger with the kind of bringing authoritarian or liberal powers into the kind of a mediation field is that they bring also an alternative, not alternate the different norms, but also alternate vision of the peace. And it's not uniform, but I can talk about authoritarian conflict management form or authoritarian peace, which is very different kind of than perhaps we have to talk about here. It's very state-centric, very controlled, very much a kind of excluding all kind of opponent voices and marginal voices And I think there is a danger if we're leaving these illiberal powers, because it's for them it's also came to kind of a position in international order. I know that they can do that nicely with China, with Iran and Saudi Arabia, but there's also danger that we're losing this inclusivity, which we have already developed the practice very much, because there are a lot of not only Western-based, but also global actors doing the mediators and all this. This is seemingly be in danger. But I think there's two different things: the multilateral, agonistic multilateralism, and this kind of authoritarian mediators.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, time flies, so we don't have actually a lot of time for taking more questions. So I will actually urge you to have a chat with the panelists afterwards. But I'll just give the word back to the panelists so you can comment on the already asked questions and comments.
Even if it's a two-finger?
Two-finger, is it a very short two-finger? Sorry.
Thank you. Just to remind our previous commentator that the most illiberal negotiation that just happened was with the United States and handing over to the Taliban. So this has got nothing to do with those other countries. It's actually supposedly the purveyors of democracy that are doing this. And some of the most inclusive processes were led, for example, in Yemen by Moroccan mediators. So the notion that the Nordics or somehow European, North American, supposedly democratic states are doing liberal versions of negotiations and anybody from the rest of the world is doing illiberal ones is really false. Even in the case of Colombia, it was because of the push from global movements and Colombian movements that we ended up with a much more inclusive process. So let's just be very, very careful about how we divide this notion of who is liberal, who's not, and what kind of peace we end up with, because the Taliban is really not a great example that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will actually just leave the moderator role to Pia because I have to run. So you will have the chance to slowly comment on the question. So thank you very much. And Pia, here you go.
Mona is actually on her way to the airport and we don't want her to miss the plane. But please, very short answers if you can.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Start?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much for these really insightful comments, and thank you, Mona, for organizing so far. So I'm just so happy, Sanam, that you were allowed to give this two-finger, because I think it's critical. And of course, the peace agreement, which is not even a peace agreement in Afghanistan, is the worst in history. I mean, it's not even a peace agreement, it's more like a surrendering agreement or like a withdrawal agreement. And for sure, Colombia, one thing is the talks with the FARC, but now the talks with the ELN, I mean, can you imagine? It's the government, they have like a conflict with the ELN on how participatory the peace talks can be. The first year of the talks has just been about how can we make it more participatory, not even inclusive. It's not even having the parties, different civil society women on board. It's participation that they really emphasize. So for sure, it's not, and I think that also relates to the question of, this is universal universality. It's women, it's civilians, and so on. So it's not just about liberal values, for sure. So I didn't mean to make that kind of sort of distinction in that way. But thank you very much for excellent comments.
Christine, you want to respond in some way? Any of the last questions? No? Dino?
Yes, thank you. I'll respond to Yanni. You had two questions. First one, can these groups relocalize? I think there's one big example of it. It's Hayat Tahrir al-Sham in Syria, which was affiliated with Al-Qaeda and then broke that affiliation and sort of became an independent actor again. And that was a major affiliate, so that shows that it's possible. As to the second question, which third parties are most successful in these cases, since there is basically an absence of high-level peace negotiations, we just don't know. If you look more on what has happened on the local level, I think what's very important is that these have to be actors that, of course, the jihadists need to see as legitimate. So I would be somewhat skeptical towards the ability there of outside Western actors to be successful, just because jihadists often seen them as part of a Western conspiracy against themselves, basically. So I think religious legitimacy is important. It can also be on the local level, sometimes tribal actors that have mediated in local level conflicts, and they were successful to some extent. But it's hard to give a definitive answer because on track 1 level peace negotiations, we just have no evidence actually to, yeah.
Well, this is all the time we have for this. Sorry we lost Mona there at the end, but thank you to our excellent panelists.
For dancing in the streets, for the fear of kissing, for my sister, for your sister, for us, all our sisters, for changing the rotten minds, for shame of being poor, for longing for a normal life, for the child going through the garbage looking for food and all his dreams, for this polluted air, for an unstoppable flow of tears, for all the incarcerated elites and for all the Afghan children, for men, country, prosperity, for the girl who wished she was a boy, for women, life, and freedom. These are the words from the song written by Shervin Hajipur last year with the help of Persian people telling him what the fight is about. Baraye Azadi. کوچه رقصیدن برای ترسیدن به وقت بوسیدن برای خواهرم خواهرت خواهرامون برای تغییر مغزا که پوسیدن برای شرمندگی برای بیپولی برای حسرت یک زندگی معمولی برای کودک زباله‌گرد و آرزوهاش برای این اقتصاد دستوری برای این هوای آلوده برای ولیعصر و درختای فرسوده برای پیروز و احتمال انقراضش برای سگهای بیگناه ممنوعه برای این گریه های بیوقفه برای تصویر تکرار این لحظه برای چهره‌ای که میخنده برای دانش آموزا برای آینده برای این بهشت اجباری برای نخبه های زندانی برای کودکان افغانی برای این همه برای غیر تکراری برای این همه شعارهای تو خالی برای احساس آرامش برای خورشید پس از شبای طولانی برای قرص‌های اعصاب و بیخوابی برای مرد میهن آبادی برای دختری که آرزو داشت پسر بود برای زن زندگی آزادی برای آزادی برای آزادی برای آزادی Thank you.
Okay, it's a tough act to follow because that was so beautiful. Yes. So a very warm welcome to this panel on feminist approaches to Nordic peace. My name is Elise Ferron. I'm a senior research fellow and an associate professor at the Tampere Peace Research Institute in Finland. And I'm absolutely honored and delighted to be chairing this panel. So we have actually 4 panelists. One will be online and 3 are here. So let me briefly introduce the panelists. So online we will have Gunhild Haugensen-Jorv, who is Professor of Peace and Conflict Studies at the Center for Peace Studies at the Arctic University of Norway. Then we will have Louise Olsen, who is Research Director at PRIO in Norway. Then we have Silja Bara Ómarsdóttir, who is Professor of International Relations here at the University of Reykjavík, of Iceland, sorry. And finally, we have Louise Riden, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Tampere in Finland. So maybe before moving on to asking questions to the panelists, I want to say a few words about the field of feminist peace and feminist peace research in particular, because maybe some of you are not really familiar with it. First, I have to say that over the past few years, the field of feminist peace research has dramatically blossomed. It has emerged as a vibrant and cutting-edge field that has already provided, I think, a lot of and significant academic and political innovation. One of the main emanations of the feminist peace research field has been the creation in 2016 of a feminist peace research network, which now gathers more than 100 academics and activists from all around the world. All of these activists are interested in emphasizing feminist contributions to peace studies. The Feminist Peace Research Network, interestingly, was created jointly by universities located in Finland, Sweden, and Norway. So even if the network nowadays expands well beyond the Nordic countries, because it includes, as I said, scholars and activists from all continents, the Nordic countries continue to play a major role in the field of feminist peace research. This is one of these fields of peace studies where the Nordic countries are really at the forefront. So I think it's only legitimate, therefore, that there would be a panel on this during this conference. So the aim of this panel is to open up a discussion on feminist approaches to peace, highlighting their potential, but also their limits, the debates existing within the field, because it's a very diverse field, obviously. So first, maybe before, I would like to give the floor to Gunhild. Gunhild, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
Good God. I'm seeing myself now. Yeah, I can hear you. I am now seeing, I'm looking down on this auditorium and I'm staring at me on the screen, which is very disturbing.
Well, it's very nice to see you, Gunhild. Gunhild, I would like to hear your thoughts about the potential contribution of feminist peace research to understanding the problems we are currently facing. So I know you have some strong views about this, so I think it would be nice to start with these strong views. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Elise. And I do apologize that I'm not there. It was a question of, am I going to keep on traveling or do I sit still for a little bit? So I'm sitting still, but it's very strange being on a screen when no one else is. So, and it's nice seeing all the familiar faces there. I have some strong opinions. And actually, when it was asked of me, can I say something about feminist approaches to peace and towards Nordic peace? And well, I guess I'm very good at complaining because I just thought, what have we done lately? Take a look at what's happening around, and I'm not feeling inspired. I'm not feeling the warmth. I'm not seeing impact, at least on an immediate front. That I'm thinking, yes, here we can see an impact from feminist peace research. I can't necessarily say so much about that, but particularly feminist security studies, critical security studies. We have been at this for 30 to 40 years. And where is the impact? And so actually I have to sort of take a bit of a step back and think, there are impacts, but right now it's actually really frustrating, I think. But it makes us all the more obligated to think about what has been produced in a large body of literature, as well as in policy. What do we have to take with us when thinking about the potential for peace, even if we ain't really seeing much of it yet, or we do see it in many parts of the world. But at the moment, there's so many stresses from Russia, Ukraine, for sure, but not least now what's happening in Israel, which, I mean, I think your previous panel was already going there, Nagorno-Karabakh, Yemen, Myanmar, not least Afghanistan, and I think I heard in your last panel talking about, yeah, is that peace? Because I don't know, like that ain't peace from my standard. I don't even know if I have good standards, but that would not be it. Not when you have over half of the population restricted in the ways that they are in Afghanistan. And then we have, of course, the ongoing, but will be increasing refugee situation around the world and the way it's being handled, or rather not handled, particularly by the countries that are better in a situation to support people who are fleeing both war, but also climate change induced incidences, as well as economic migration. So it's kind of hard not to get really, really depressed. Normally by this point, I will have used about 500 swear words, but I just thought I'd probably be a little polite, which is unexpected by most people. But I don't know who's behind this screen, so I thought I'll just be really nice. But if you just inject your own swear words, that's how I feel about the situation today. So that being said, is there anything that I think we can learn? Still, I think we can. And in fact, even given the situation today, even when we hear a lot of these big boys, I underlined that word, big boys, particularly those of the, how do you call it, the offensive realist position that say, this is the start of a great game, or it's a continuation of a great game. It's all about great powers. And those who are underneath the great powers have nothing to say. I call bullshit. So there you go. There's my swear word. From feminist security studies and peace studies as well, we learned that even though we're not doing it well, listening is key. There has to be listening. Thinking locally. This does not make local the panacea. This does not make the local some sort of like bastion of peace, because it absolutely isn't. But it is nevertheless very important to have a sense of what's happening locally. So the notions of great games where it's only about great powers, Russia, US, China, no, it can't be. And we're seeing why it can't be, and I'll get into that. And therefore thinking civilian, and I've been trashed a little bit for using the term civilian because it sounds so militarized. I don't know if you want to call citizen, but not everybody is a citizen, whereas everyone, or many people can still be a civilian while not being a citizen. A citizen is a designation, of course, with regards to one's citizenship. But if we think civilian or average people, this is something we need to be doing. Understanding that security perceptions, in fact, differ at different levels of, well, we can say as a political scientist, at different levels of analysis, but let's say just different levels. The state sub-state organizations and societal levels, as well as at the level of the individual. We can talk about human security. Human security differs somewhat from, well, quite a bit actually, you could say, from even individual perceptions of security, because human security, despite all of its faults, still tries to maintain a sense of inclusivity. But we see articulations of individual security bubbling up at the local level, which are more exclusive, and gets into actually what the song or the poem was about that was in the performance that we just heard, including people or excluding. And these value wars are taking place at the local level and trying to influence the local level. So we see that the insights coming from feminist security and peace studies are extremely relevant today. And I'll just, I mean, this is a great opportunity to sort of plug away about the research that I do. I'm really interested in the ways in which different levels of threat activities are taking place around the world to, in fact, engage local levels. And this we need to be cognizant of. And it also demonstrates to us just how bloody important it is to think about these local levels. What I mean here is that we have quite often, at least of traditional security studies or peace studies, you know, we thought about the state and then the state against state wars. And then we also thought about like civil wars. And yeah, there was sort of like more sort of groups against each other in these groups. Today, we see that although war is taking place, both in the way that we have sort of traditionally been used to with the use of militarized weapons or military weapons, the traditional, like a tank, a gun, and all that, there's an amazing number of activities, tactics that are being used to actually try to undermine societies before any weapons or traditional weapons are coming into play. This involves sabotage, espionage of a variety of sorts, which can be your traditional spying, your illegalist spying, drones, information gathering. Information gathering is turning into just a mega sport around the world, not just to kind of keep an eye on each other, but also to use that information, if it can be combined in a certain way, can be thrown back at a society to attempt to destabilize that society. And I've already mentioned sabotage. Information, disinformation, the use of that, influence operations, attempting to influence societies, people, average people, and influencing their values, and using not just disinformation from sources that are hard to attribute, like, oh, we're not too sure where this came from. When I talk about disinformation, I mean, the best type of disinformation is that which is using something we know is actually pretty truthful, but then just twists it a little bit, gives it a little twist on the narrative to sow doubt, to sow mistrust within societies and see if this can build up. It's very effective using existing political cleavages in a society. Let's take migration as an example, because often that's a lovely kernel of discord in a lot of societies. Well, what do we do with all of these migrants, particularly in Europe? So using issues that are already a little bit fired up and then trying to twist these around through disinformation. But then there's also the propagation of disinformation, not through, sources that you can't really attribute, but from people who are in positions of trust. That can be politicians, that can be media, that can be academics, who are also making statements that in fact would fall into a disinformation category. What this means is that security is not about states, or it's about states, but not just about states. It is about the societal levels. It is about human security perspectives and individual security perspectives. And when I say that, it breaks down to each and every individual, because there are those who are thinking inclusively and say, we need to keep our society together. We need to have the capacity to see us as a unit, even though we're very different, but that we're an inclusive and we accept and allow everyone. And this is what a lot of feminist security studies and peace studies have been taking a look at. the role of inclusion, the importance of inclusion, of accepting people for who they are, how they self-identify, rather than using identity as a weapon, as saying, you are of that identity, you need to stay away. And that my individual security is contingent upon you not being here. Therefore, I'm excluding, I'm trying to get you out of the room. So a lot of the narratives that are being thrown around today, particularly through, say, disinformation and the propagation of certain narratives, which are just ridiculously being disseminated through what is it called? Social media, particularly social media, but all the technology we have to send out information to people faster than ever before, at amounts that are far greater than ever before. So we are subjected to all of this. It's attempting to split us, and to split us from being less inclusive and being more exclusive. We can see that geopolitics, in fact, is splitting, not along lines of borders so much, but being defined by fault lines of values. A lot about what we learn from feminist security studies and peace studies enter into that space, because it's looking at identities that are defined through our perceptions of gender, our own gender identities, sexual orientations, then also combined with, and this is getting into the intersectional lens, combined with class, age, I said sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, and so forth, that are trying to find ways to rip societies apart along these identity lines. And for some, it's working. And you see sort of the way geopolitics is making use, or at least actors who are influential in geopolitics are making use of values and the impact it has at the individual level to split societies. So that rather than going along the fault lines of borders, well, not that there are always fault lines on a border, but along the cross of a border, we're looking at it as through values. How you perceive a family, how you look at reproductive rights, how you take a look at sexual identities. There was an advertisement last summer from, oh yeah,
Gunhild,
sorry, do I have now?
May I ask you to maybe conclude?
Yes, okay, I will conclude. But that is basically to understand what's happening in our world today. We have to have an understanding that's coming from feminist security and peace studies. There we come up not just with the threats and the way threats can be constructed, but we are also capable of taking a look at the way solutions can be constructed, taking on board what's happening at the individual level, how it meets or conflicts with the societal level, and likewise with the state. Right now, we're looking at a Rubik's Cube of security constellations. And the trick today is using feminist security and peace perspectives to see how we can match the Rubik's Cube up as much as possible. So that's my spiel. Sorry for being so long.
Thank you so much, Gunhild, and sorry for interrupting, but I think that many of the points you make, actually, we will come back to. I think Gunhild already underscored some of the specificities lying within the feminist peace approach. For instance, I noted the importance of the local and the stress put on the local, the importance of listening, the importance of inclusivity, the different understandings of security that feminists put forward, and also, last but not least, also, Gunhild, you mentioned the attention to intersections and the different identities that people have, and how this affects their positioning in conflict and vis-à-vis violence, for instance. So I'm going to start with a series of questions, inviting you to elaborate on this. So how do feminist peace research approaches contrast with or add to conventional peace and conflict studies approaches? I assume that some in the audience are not necessarily familiar with this. For instance, to what other types of violence than physical violence does feminist peace research draw our attention? And also how have feminist approaches contributed to recent debates on peace, especially in light of recent events, of course, in Ukraine and in Israel-Palestine, and what kind of ideas and practices have they contributed to bring to the fore? So who wants to start? I see Louise nodding.
I was just trying to be supportive.
Thank you.
I can start. Yeah, I think it's always tricky to sort of be at a panel at the end of a very interesting conference, because there's been so many key points, I think, that has been brought up during these days that I also captured in your excellent questions for this panel. So I'm trying to make sense of my thinking, but I would like to make a few points related to sort of how feminist approaches have contributed, with a specific focus, I think, on sort of how we approach, how sort of it has helped us approach the questions we are discussing here, and particularly bringing up aspects that I think also in the sense of going forward related to understanding women's agency. Because I think what has really been highlighted throughout this entire conference has been the importance of understanding women's rights in the context of conflict resolution, and better understanding of women's agency when we are trying to move towards peace, but also during an armed conflict. And I think the reason, I think, like Gunhild underlined, there's been we have a long way to go, but in many respects we have also really moved forward. And I think your point about now the sort of many of the vibrant environments that exist here, and I would actually like to broaden it even further, because I think by now we have the sort of those environments, sort of research environments that really focus directly on gender, but I think we also see a great influence on other areas that are really interested in picking up the gender perspective and what that can tell to their theories. And I think that feminist research has really made an absolutely sort of critical point here, because when I started, there was basically no one who understood what this was about, and why would you study women and war or men and war? What do you mean that men don't fight? So men fight and women don't? What do you mean? And I think we moved a long way from that. So now when I say that I'm interested in gender equality dynamics or on conflict, there are very few who question why that is relevant. And I can also see that at PRIO, where we now have a very large group of people interested coming to the gender research group meeting that come into this from very different perspectives, from the hardcore statistics to the anthropological. So it's really a very broad span. And one of the critical things that I think came sort of why we see that is that in the beginning, it was very difficult to come into this, because the way we understood war, the way we understood peace, and the way we looked at violence were very excluding to how women were affected and what women's roles could be or were in this situation. So it was even difficult to get into the conversation. So I think what feminist research really did was try to open up those concepts. To say that, well, if you're looking at peace, like we were talking about yesterday, it's not just the absence of violence. It's not the same kind of peace in North Korea as it is in Norway. We have to look at what's included in that peace. And that gender equality and women's rights constituting 50% of the population is really quite core if you want to understand what kind of peace you actually have. And the fact that you're not drawing on all of society's resources in order to create that peace is a very negative thing. And feminist research has really been critical in driving that. And that's also been the foundation of the international norms we have today. So I think in that way we are really moving forward. And I think, unfortunately, also we had to break through a lot of these barriers and biases. And I think we've learned quite a lot from the conflicts, unfortunately, in the former Yugoslavia and Rwanda, because that took on the idea that something sort of women's security situation in war is just an unintentional side effect. So if you just stop the war, then women's security will improve. It's not a deliberate thing to target women in armed conflict. And what we saw in Yugoslavia and what we saw in Rwanda was that this violence was actually directed, targeted at women for a very specific purpose. So it was very clear that we had to understand also war from how it affected men and women, how these engaged, and also then the gendered dimension to that. So how you in the narratives you play on masculinity and femininity. So I think they really made sort of central contribution to that I think that even though we have to fight the frustration that Gunhild was portraying, we are moving forward. And I think now what I think when we think about what we then learn from and understand the Ukraine conflict, I think that has also in many ways sort of highlighted how this conflict targeted civilian infrastructure. We saw sort of the attacks against the sort of the healthcare that for women and sort of giving birth to I'm forgetting the term.
Maternity. Maternity.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. So how that sort of actually is part of the armed conflict, how directing violence at that kind of infrastructure actually plays into it, and also how women are engaged in that conflict. And I think sometimes in Ukraine, they are telling us how important it is to understand how violence affects in gender terms. And I think we are not good enough at listening to what they're actually saying and what that could also mean for how we think around security and women and men's participation in our own national security. So I think there are important dialogues in terms of the listening to the women and the men in Ukraine. So what are the scenarios we're seeing here? And I think that also, in a sense, brings me to the point on the narratives around this that are highly gendered and a way of thinking around this. Because I think it was quite striking that we haven't moved forward. And I think Sanam made a very good point yesterday in terms of underlining that we still talk about women as if they lack agency. So there was a lot in the media and also in some studies when the situation broke out after the invasion in Ukraine with the situation of the refugees. There was often quite described as, well, women and children are running. Well, in most societies, the gendered roles are that women are responsible for children and elderly. So it was rather the case that the women were actually taking the children and also taking care of the elderly and trying to get out of harm's way. And so it's sort of really how we talk about women's agency and seeing what they're actually contributing makes a huge difference, which is one of the classical arguments, I think, also coming from feminist research. But I think that in that we also have a way forward in sort of understanding the connection between women's security and sort of their agency, because for a long time, we had a lot of focus on the structural factors. And I think feminist research was also critical in bringing up that the structural factors sort of constitute a key problem. But on the other hand, what we're now also seeing, particularly from women human rights defenders, is that, well, we also have to think, if we're actually talking about women's political agency, that also means that, of course, women are taking on force that they are using violence. So how do we also see the connection between agency and security? And sort of being better at realizing, because if you look at the data, there's a very large proportion of the violence targeting women is actually very strategic from political actors, sometimes because they are women speaking, but sometimes also because they represent political interests. So how do we make that clear? And in that, also undertake to realize that our assumptions, our gendered assumptions against while men are targeted with violence, are also highly gendered. Because there we have, from the outset, assumed that men are targeted because there are agents. But actually, what research also shows is that most men, even in a war zone, are not agents for violence. They're not part of this dynamic at all. But they are often targeted as civilians because they are assumed to be agents. So we sort of play with both the practical effects, but also our thinking that really limits our understanding of these issues. So I think that's it. Now that we're moving forward towards the 25th anniversary of Women, Peace and Security, I think understanding agency better is really a critical area.
Yeah, thank you so much, Louise, for this very interesting points you make. I think indeed there is also something interesting about the field of feminist peace research itself, because it was really born out of this focus on women, you know, as victims of conflicts and claiming rights for women. And nowadays, when you look at the cutting edge fields of feminist peace research, it's also looking at men, at sexual and gender minorities, it's looking at inequalities in general. So it's not just about women anymore. It's much broader than this, and it can help to understand so many other issues in conflicts, not just the victimhood of women or assumed victimhood of women. Celia, you want to take from now on?
Yes, well, so many interesting points already made. I'll try to not repeat what Gunhild and Louise have said, but I think maybe where I want to start is with the point that you were making, that whereas we started looking at the role of women and the status of women in conflict and how women can be agents of peace, what we're doing now is far beyond that simplistic sex divide. The binary is not our concern anymore in the same sense. So we're looking at masculinities and femininities, and we're employing intersectionality to look at all the different dynamics of race and class and citizenship and ability or disability, where people live and the languages they speak, and all these different these categories that Gunhild was talking about, and how we can avoid using them as ways of exclusion and of violence, to use them as categories that create or add to security. And another thing that I wanted to mention is, of course, peace, talking about binaries, we have this tendency to think about peace and conflict or peace and war as opposites. And I think feminist peace research, more than maybe other types of research, other types of peace research, is maybe more focused on, and Louise, you sort of touched on this, that peace is different in North Korea or Norway, and that peace isn't an endpoint. It's a constant progress, constant work towards improving society. And that's something where we can also not just rest on our laurels and say, oh, well, we've done this, women, peace, and security was passed in 2000, 2001, and we're still working on it. We're still improving. International society is still adding on ways of understanding and building on that big step. And one of the things that we see in conflict is that traditional gender roles are, they break up, because even though women now participate far more in militaries than they did in the past, and women have always participated in some sense, even if it's not in combat roles, we see women take on, and people of different genders taking on the roles that the soldiers normally conduct at home. So what feminist peace research helps us to do is to identify what these roles are, because the absence of a huge part of the population that is used to doing certain things means that we can see how we divide our labor and so on. And that also leads us to think about the importance of care and emotion when it comes to building peace. How do we expect care to be conducted, and who does it? When we started preparing for this panel, there was not an ongoing military conflict in Gaza as it is now. I've been watching the social media feeds of friends of mine, and one of the interesting things, because it's the everyday stuff that interests me more than the high level, where the bombs are being directed. How does this affect people on the ground? And watching friends on either side of the conflict talk about how to get laundry done, doing laundry for soldiers who are being summoned or are being taken out of their everyday life and sent to the front line. It sort of changes the way that you think about what is important and what is military. And that maybe brings me to, because Iceland was now for, I can't remember what year in a row, we just got the ranking of the most peaceful country in the world from the Institute for Economics and Peace. And of course, we do not have a military, and I think most of us feel incredibly lucky that we don't have to think about our loved ones going into military service in this increasingly unstable environment. But we've seen, and we have a report coming out from the Institute of International Affairs next week on a survey on Icelanders' attitudes to foreign affairs or international politics. And we were seeing a massive increase in support for NATO and a perception that NATO is what ensures our security beyond our peaceful relations and peaceful standing. So there's a sort of a jump into this militarized perception of security. And one of the things that we saw happen here in the last year that I found extremely interesting was this social effort called Sendum Hlýju, Sending Warmth, where individuals in Iceland, different ages, men and women, probably people of other genders, were knitting socks and sweaters made out of Icelandic wool and sending them to Ukraine. And this is, of course, at some level, it's a reaction of care, wanting to send support. But I think it's also a way of showing, that I think nothing but feminist peace research or peace analysis would help us see, that it's a way of militarizing society. These people were participating in a war effort that Icelanders really haven't done before. So I think that's these kinds of everyday actions and events that we can see. And I'll try to start to wrap up, but I think also another, and that this brings me back to Israel and Gaza, is that in feminist peace research, there's also this tendency to show solidarity with those affected by conflict. And in Israel and Gaza now, that's, we of course, I think everybody wants to support the people who were affected by Hamas's attack on Israel. But it's complicated there because we also want to, or at least I can speak for myself, show solidarity with the Palestinian people, the people living in Gaza who have been subjected to occupation, to, even though it's not directly occupation now in Gaza, it's been basically isolated for 15, 16 years. But the solidarity with those who are oppressed. So there's also, again, the binary that is like an either or, which is often in more like realist approaches to the study of international relations. I think the feminist perspective allows us to have sympathy and try to show solidarity with people on both sides of a conflict or all sides, because there are individuals. It's the individuals who are being subjected to oppression and violence. Yeah, I think that's maybe one final point, because Gunnhild spent some time on the idea of disinformation. I think also we need to be active there. There's a lot of disinformation that is activated by talking about children and the need to protect children. We are seeing this here in Iceland now with the need to protect trans children. And it's not people wanting to allow these children to express themselves according to the way that they identify. It's people who want to prevent that, who employ this protection language. And it goes back to the myth of protection, which of course comes from feminist scholarship as well in conflict. And there was at least popular reporting in the US, if not scholarly research, on how the idea of protecting children was employed to get women engaged in misinformation and just continue to promote that. And I think that these are among the things that I think we need to talk about. We hopefully have a few more minutes after Louise's response.
Thank you so much, Celia. I think these are very valuable insights. And what you were saying about how feminist peace research sees the relation between peace and war differently, it also refers to a very important notion in peace, in feminist peace research, which is the notion of continuum of violence, so that there is there are temporal continuities between the war situation and peace situation. Like, for instance, the types of structural violence that can be found both in war and peace, for instance. And I think that ties in nicely with your work, Louise, because Louise has been doing work on unarmed civilian protection and the politics of nonviolence, and so looking at this niche of peace in the midst of conflict, or at least these practices of care in the middle of violence. So I don't know, Louise, if you want to say also a few words.
Yes, absolutely, and thank you to everyone. There have been so many interesting points raised already that I'm afraid I might not say anything new, but I will try to kind of respond and contribute to these points. I think what you're saying about challenging these binaries is so important, and that's something we see with unarmed civilian protection. So unarmed civilian protection is a non-violent method or group of methods of civilian to civilian and civilian self-protection. And really what this is a recognition of the fact that whether it's violence from armed conflict, other forms of communal violence, or even kind of natural disasters that we might see, floods or earthquakes, the first responders are almost always civilians in their own communities, with acts of care and support, responding to their own communities to help themselves and each other before or until international support can get there. And at times, as has been said many times over the past few days, that international support may never arrive. Mm-hmm. So really, it's kind of taking seriously the work, and it is work that civilians do, protection work in protecting their own communities. And this does a few things, but one of the really important things that it can do is start to challenge and break down these binaries, because traditionally in peace and conflict studies and kind of emphasis on the and conflict studies, when we talk about protection and these myths of protection, we assume that the protectors and the protected are two entirely separate categories, and we need these strong men, and it is men. You know, over 95% of uniformed peacekeepers are men, to come and save these kind of weak and vulnerable women and children. And again, we have this category of women and children, as Louise said, and I really agree with this point that when we say women and children, that's not kind of an accurate category. And I would go even further to say that it not only, this category of women and children, not only kind of disguises the work and the loss and the trauma of kind of fleeing across borders, particularly with dependent children. What it does to women is infantilizes them, because it places them within this category of children and recasts them as this kind of homogenous and one-dimensional group of people that are in need of saving, often by men and often by the international community. And it completely does away with, well, with two things really, with the agency, because women are agential actors in armed conflict, and also with complexity and identity by kind of homogenizing women. And this is something that's been brought up quite a lot over the past 2 days, really the complexity of war. And again, this is something that I think feminist peace research can help us to understand, to kind of build on what other people have been saying, is that often, traditionally, we think of war, it's this kind of really big category. And I was chatting to someone at lunch that kind of was saying, what do we mean by war and what do we mean by peace? And they're these enormous categories that hide a kind of multiplicity of extreme human suffering. And something that we can do in feminist peace research is to understand war not only as a kind of geopolitical and militarized inevitability or consequence or event often, but actually to take seriously and to understand war as an experience. Because that's what war is when it's enacted through kind of praxis and practice. It's something that people experience and it's embodied and it's lived. And this example you were saying about doing laundry, I think is so important, because ultimately war and armed conflict often frame the kind of backdrop to people's lives, but people still try to go to work and to school and to feed their families. You know, and people maintain and build new relationships, and they lose relationships and friendships and all of these things. And I think something really valuable for all the kind of frustrations, I admit, we should hold these frustrations, they're important. But for all of them, I think this is something really valuable that feminist peace research allows us to do, is to really take seriously that which often exists outside of traditional forms of peace and conflict or security research, because it lets us take seriously the everyday and the kind of the feeling and the emotion and the experience, the embodied experience of armed conflict. And I think that's really important, because without that, this extreme human suffering becomes kind of numbers or geopolitics or something that's kind of experienced over there by those other people who are kind of flattened as one-dimensional, and we lose this kind of complexity, and that's really a shame. And then the final point I wanted to make, which comes back to my research and the question you actually asked me, I'm sorry, is what does feminist peace research allow us to do? And the final thing I think that it allows us to do is to understand these really small-scale acts of care and of love and of non-violence in areas of armed conflict. And that might be community early warning, early response mechanisms. It might be plans that people make to help elderly people or people with mobility issues to flee. It might be methods of engaging with armed actors to negotiate passage to medical assistance or these kinds of things. And that isn't to say that, and I'm sure we'll come back to this, that isn't to say that kind of suddenly there is a pacifist response that fixes armed conflict. But what it is to say is that war exists within peace, and peace always exists within war. And it's really important that we're able to move beyond these binaries, to hold this complexity together, I think, to really understand war as an experience and to see that which we're often not able to see because we homogenize areas affected by armed conflict. That is a dangerous space and this is a safe space. And moving away from that centralization in these binaries it can be difficult and uncomfortable and complicated. And someone once said to me they felt like it was nailing jelly to a wall. And maybe it is, right? It's difficult to get hold of, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to do it. And I think learning to sit with this discomfort is also really important. We don't have a right to be comfortable all of the time.
Thank you so much. I think we are not short of discomfort these days as peace researchers, but yeah, thank you so much, Louise. I want to leave a bit of time for debate, so I will be asking you a last question, and I will also ask Gunhild if she's still online. And I would ask you to please be very brief in your answer, like 1 minute maximum. So basically, what are, in your views, the main debates and contentions in feminist peace circles currently? What can we learn from these debates? So basically, what now? What do we do now? What's the way forward, in your view, in feminist peace studies? Gunhild?
Oh, great. Let me answer first. Really good inputs, by the way. So I very much enjoyed listening to all of you. And I mean, I can't solve the problem of where can feminist peace and research and security studies go today. But of course, I still have an opinion on it. And I'm thinking of engaging. Maybe it's because that's what I'm interested in. And I think that's actually a feminist approach, is just engaging the realities that are taking place today and trying to illuminate just in what ways these are complex environments where we need to take on board what's happening at the local level, what are the perceptions at the local level from what, now I have a brain fart here. The last person who just spoke, excellent presentation as well. Luis also? Yeah, finding all these moments where people are experiencing the everyday including care and love. All these moments actually make quite a difference. And it's so correct to say that peace and war, these two binaries really don't work in the realities that are found today. I mean, there are people who still will have to do their groceries, even though they're in a conflict situation. They're going to even clean the house. They're going to try to get schooling and all these sorts of things. So I think to try to keep that up, but also I think we have a lot more work to do against or together with the policy level in continuing to demonstrate that this is not just about big state politics, and the ways in which what's happening at these other levels is actually highly instrumental to the trajectories of conflict that are taking place today. So that's my short answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Louise, you want to say? Okay, the other way around. Okay.
Yeah.
So the other Louise.
Yeah. Just briefly, I think, I guess kind of what I've already said, being able to sit with and hold complexity and discomfort and actually in contestation. I know there's been discussion about kind of agonistic peace, and I think a lot of the unarmed civilian protection practitioners that I work with and I've interviewed often talk about the difference between violence and conflict. And they're quite clear that it's not their job to end conflict, but rather to try and reroute the aggression and reroute conflict through different means. So while they're trying to reduce direct physical violence and some manifestations of structural and systemic violence, although that's a kind of very another conversation again, how to decolonize a practice like this. It's really important, I think, to hold these contestations together and to realize and think more about what it is that we're pursuing. Is it a complete lack of conflict? Because that might never happen. So if we accept that conflict will continue, but we want a reduction of violence, then we need mechanisms through which conflict can be kind of waged and uncomfortable and contested without kind of violence coming back. Exactly how we do that, I don't know. But I think being clear about what it is that we're working towards in the end is important, because I think it's easy to say we're working towards peace, but whose peace do we mean? When we talk about conflict and how do we know conflict? Whose knowledge counts as knowledge on conflict? There are so many of these big questions that I think we need to be far more clear about before we get to a stage of saying, where is the peace?
Celia?
Yes, thank you. I think I want to try to maybe go a little practical. And I'm not saying that this is the big problem, but this is one problem. I think there's a lot of institutions that are superficially adopting the ideas and findings that feminist peace researchers and security scholars are presenting. And we see like NATO talking about, bringing in a gendered perspective, if not quite feminist, but Catherine Wright's work, for example, I think is very interesting on this, how we get these institutions. I think I wrote down this note that she identifies NATO, for example, as an international hegemonic masculine institution, and yet it uses these phrases like, oh, gender, and it's so important that we have, and the way they talk about it is to increase the percentage of women in the armed forces of the member countries and so on. These are not feminist questions. How do we take the feminist questions and feminist analyses up to that level of policymaking and institutions? It's not, what we used to call add women and stir. Now it's add gender and stir, but it still it lacks the complexity of the work that we'd like to see. And then maybe just the agency, again, because this was because we were thinking more, I think, of Ukraine when we started preparing for this panel. I think you mentioned Louise mentioned it. that, you know, when we were watching this, the conflict in Ukraine break out, and people fleeing, this focus on women fleeing, you know, how they were deprived of agency. We saw the Ukrainian people as women running and men staying. 22% of the Ukrainian military are women. They are staying and they are fighting. That's more than the percentage of women in the Ukrainian parliament, if I'm correct. I think it's like, that's around 20%. So where do women have agency? They need it in the political sphere, and they need it in the decision-making, policy-making institutions. And we need to study their agency, not just their victimhood.
Thank you. Louise?
Yeah, I think I'll stay on the positive track, in the sense that I think one of the things that have sort of been really picked up on and sort of explored further, I think goes to these structural aspects of gender inequality and what that means for society, and how we then think around what that means for how society develops. So coming into this, as I do from a more like a comparativist perspective, I think now that it's Dahlem and Wiig that show that having data for the last 200 years, that when women's rights, political rights increases, then the chance of peace increases substantially. And this is published in one of the best journals there are, so the testing of this is substantial. And that also, I think, means something for us that we have been discussing over the last days. Now we're seeing a pushback on women's rights and the authoritarian regimes that are targeting this. So actually, to underline what's been discussed here, that what we are talking about here is something that is quite fundamental for how we actually move forward on peace. So I think the individual localized level is critical, but I think also the macro level implications of what we're talking about here is also quite substantial. So how do we sort of make these connections between the localized and the broader, and how do we sort of use that also to leverage, I think, on the political level? And in that, I think also it's important. There was a really good article by Bardal, Bjørndal, and Pispico a few years ago that try to tease out sort of, when we say that violence is gendered, what do we actually mean? Because there's like an over tendency to say that when women are targeted with violence, the violence is gendered. When men are targeted with violence, that's not gendered. But what they also show is that, well, there actually many times when women are the targets of violence, it's not because of their gender, and gender is actually not a relevant component to that. In other cases, it's a critical component to that. And knowing when gender is a key role also makes it possible for us to sort of found counter strategies and sort of push back and find those feminist strategies to push back on violence. And I think I would like to see something similar in terms of the agency. So when are sort of gender roles used to politically mobilize? When is that actually a critical point in women participating? When are they mobilized on other identities? And when is it so that these intersect? So that we actually better understand agency and sort of move away from sort of equating women with this. And I think this is really critical for us. I think now when we're moving, since women, peace and security is like the international norm here, that pushing this agency is critical, but that's still the component we lack last. And now we're moving to the 25th anniversary. So.
Thank you so much for all these ideas. So unfortunately, we just have 1 minute left, but I wanted to give if there is any question or comment in the audience, you must be really tired and looking forward to the coffee break. No specific comment or question. I don't see very well, but yeah, I don't see any hand. So, well, I have the feeling we've just scratched the surface of this very, very complex field, and as I was saying, constantly expanding. But I hope we gave you some sort of sense of what the debates are and what are the main ideas and principles. And I want to warmly thank the panelists, including the online panelists, for their thought-provoking ideas. And yeah, I hope this is just the start of a much broader discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Welcome everyone to this closing session. My name is Måns Molander. I am Nordic Director of Human Rights Watch, and it's a great pleasure to moderate this last panel. And before we start, I want to make just 3 quick remarks. One is that this is the closing panel. So we aim to bring together the perspectives that we have been discussing over these 2 days. And that brings me to my second point, that we want it to be as interactive as possible. So we want to include you. We know there are numerous experts and a lot of experience in the room. And please already now prepare your questions, because we want to hear what you have to say, both reflections but also questions to the panel. And thirdly, just a point of order, and that is that we are not all native English speakers in the room, so speak clearly and speak slowly. That's my message to the panel and to all of you who will make interventions from now. But as I said, we have a panel, and we have an excellent panel consisting of some new faces to you and some old. We have people participated in panels before. So you've heard them maybe before, been introduced. First, we have Marco Lecto, who is a research director at Tampere Peace Research Institute. We have Hanna Klinge, who is a deputy CEO at CMI Marco Ahtisaari Peace Foundation. We have Isabel Bramsen, who you had the pleasure of listening to earlier today, who is a director of peace and conflict studies and also associate professor at Lund University. And we have Hayden Haldorsson, who is communications advisor at WHO with a lot of experience of humanitarian communication in crisis situation. So I want to start with you, Marco, because you are the initiative taker to this panel. The title of this panel is Nordic Peace Revisited. And could you share your thoughts on that line, please?
Yes, thank you. I think in the end of a kind of a 2 days conference or congress, it's good to return to discuss about the Nordics themselves and have a critical looks towards the Nordics and their peace promotion. And perhaps looking also forward, how the kind of a Nordic position in the world and how they're doing the peace in the future would look like. And it's trying to do in some nutshell. And I think we have learned during these couple of days that the position Nordic have accepted this kind of a global do-gooder or global humanitarian great power peace nation is a rather complex position, and it because it's already created a certain kind of asymmetry between the helper and the victim needed to be helped, and furthermore it is really kind of a complex and position because it's being needed a certain kind of international order, this kind of a liberal multilateral order where it's being created, and when this order is declining, the Nordics need to find a new position in the world. Yesterday, in the panel which I participated in, the peace research, the minister refers in the beginning of his speech about this kind of a Nordic of peace. So how the Nordic kind of constitute kind of a non-war zones, deep security community or zones that there's no war between. And I think that's good in here to put the differences between Nordic of peace, which have a very long history. We can have 100 years or even 200 years of kind of a history that, and Nordic for peace, so that the Nordic aims to promote the peace globally and elsewhere, because that have a much shorter history. Of course, you have a prehistory of a Nordic peace kind of building and Cold War and certain humanitarianism in there, but it actually, the Nordic for peace emerged and cherished in late 90s, early 2000s as a part of a emerging liberal multilateral order. So it's very much integrated into this order. And the question is then, what kind of added value the Nordics brings in this kind of a larger multilateral liberal order? And I think in my kind of a thing is that even it's been quite often kind of argued differently that the Nordics are some kind of a norm entrepreneurs, kind of reformers. I think they have not been in so much of that. They ended in this kind of a liberal order more as adapt kind of adapted these kind of normative principles and becoming guardians or prosecute kind of or these existing norms, not so much as changing them. But internally they have a kind of have a lot of influence on the kind of developing practices of peace building. So they have a certain the imprint on bringing up this kind of a Nordic kind of importance of looking for civic society actors and more on that. That's I don't claim. But it's also in third things that this kind of a Nordic for peace is entering in the kind of a peace building, peacemaking, have added value for Nordic states themselves. It's been kind of a building up of the reputation of a small state. It's a gaining of a status and position within this kind of a liberal order, where they have no muscles, no great power. So to be a kind of a peace nation, humanitarian great power, have given a prestige and position, and that it's also good to remember. Another thing which before going on think about how the things looks on these, that this Nordic of peace and Nordic for peace, they are kind of linked, but not straightforward. They are a bit in complex way interlinked, and quite long they have been quite separated. There's the same kind of a duality existing in Nordic thinking that here in the Nordic, some kind of a deep peace prevails. You don't need to think about that. It's already here. And then we can call, there are non-peace world where we are going and promoted a peace, make it a bit simplified. And that is kind of a, but what is happening recently during the recent conflicts, I think this kind of a relationship is been changing. And there's a lot of confusion in Nordics about their position in these. One of the things which has been generally changed is Russia's war in Ukraine, which brought the interstate war back into Europe and given kind of within the Nordics, especially in Finland and Sweden, idea that, well, there could be also threats so that the kind of wars doesn't belong not only history in Europe, but they can be reality and confusion. That kind of the answer on this kind of anxiety was kind of looking the security guarantees, military alliance, joining NATO, and turning from peace to the more security-oriented talk. Another, perhaps a big changing point, was the end of Afghanistan operation, because in all kind of Nordic states, at least in Finland, Norway, and Sweden, have written a report what happens and how we manage there, and it's created a lot of self-critical discussion about the Nordic peace building and peacemaking, and realizing that not all peace building is just doing good. That we can do harm with the peace building, and Nordics have been not very good on meeting this kind of a criticism towards this kind of their peace building efforts. And I think that is the result is all kind of on one hand authoritarian challenge of the kind of multilateral order and also on the other hand, this kind of decolonial critique, which also targeted the Nordics. The result is confusion. And then comes on the things which I think about in here is that what is how the things look in future. And I think I have three kind of models where I think that you can see that they are coming and that they're existing there. Maybe they are not exclusive, but the first is securitized peace, and that is the new tendency that the kind of a peace is seen more through the national security interest, not only it's generally within the Europe now when we talk about the war in Ukraine, but also in broadly. There are more on discussion that the peace building or crisis management should be targeted in the areas where the potential kind of refugees are coming, and we solve the issues and not stopping the kind of issues. So it's more or less very instrumentalized. This is kind of see a lot of examples already that. Are we going in that direction? We've done so, but if it's so, I think that it's meaning also that the kind of the peace building as we knowing would be more marginalized, and it's obvious that at the same time it's losing its importance to build up a kind of a prestige in this kind of order, in new kind of order. The second option, and actually there are two kind of alternative there, that Nordic still continues to be a very normative actors. And the first and is a kind of based on still continuing on this, enhancing the liberal peace. And I think that there are elements that we can call the Nordics still as the last crusaders of liberal peace. The kind of dinosaurs that doesn't understand that the world is changing and they needed to kind of reform of their thinking about the peace. And that's concerning more on the states than perhaps the kind of non-state actors in Nordic. This is how they're reacting in for example, I think in looking for the Human Rights Commission in EU and how they're discussing and reacting and trying to pushing the same issues there than always, and not perhaps understanding that the world is changing. Alternative way to be a normative actor could be, and that I don't see too much on sign of that, but to return really to be a kind of a Nordic actor, to be returning something which was in Cold War time, a Nordic exceptionalism, to represent that the Nordics have something kind of added value for the Europe and for the whole globe, and that there are some Nordic values to build up. So far, it's hard to see any kind of a step on that direction, but I think this kind of actors would really what's needed within Europe especially, because there's someone needed to build up a new peace systems into Europe. Perhaps in globe, perhaps it's saving the UN, but that there's also kind of vulnerable position if there are no kind of a universal kind of normative basis anymore to standing in your own norms.
Okay.
But the last is the kind of a Nordics and how they have tradition to be very pragmatic actors. So on the hand, the Nordics have tried to be very normative, but also very pragmatic. And I think that is a direction where we have also a lot of empirical kind of evidences. If you look about how many of Nordic non-state actors, NGOs, non-profit actors have been doing the peace kind of supporting, peace mediation, peace building during the last years, it's more close to on this kind of a pragmatic approach, not normative approach. They're engaging with the local actors, necessitating kind of a local solution, not kind of giving an direction for the kind of for the peace processes, but trusting for the locally kind of generated a peace. And we have a good examples on this kind of kind of things for many Nordic actors. And I think that if we build kind of listening panels, for example, today, it's very close to what many of us in here are sharing, how the peace perhaps should be promoted, because peace cannot be exported. It's always locally kind of made, so that you can perhaps support, but it's a local who are doing the peace and their own way, and you should perhaps give it a direction and on that. Yeah.
And Marco, I will need you to wrap up there so we can go to Hanna.
I think that here we call in the way we can talk about. I think that Hanna will talk about how actually this kind of a very pragmatic approach is doing, and what kind of examples we have on how it works in the practice.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you very much. And just for the structure, we will hear introductory remarks from all the four panelists before we open up for comments from you to each other, but also then moving on to the Q&A. And we intend to devote roughly half the time of the session to Q&A, so hopefully you will be engaged. And Hanna, you have, I could say, represent an organization with a more practical experience and pragmatic experiences, maybe also from mediation. So please.
Thank you. And thank you, Marco. That was a great conceptualization and a sort of broader canvas to my points on the sort of more practical end of the spectrum. To those of you who don't perhaps know CMI Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation so thoroughly, a few words about the background, which also reflects perhaps the development of the field as a whole in the Nordics and perhaps also in broader terms. As you know, Martti Ahtisaari, former president of Finland, founded CMI in the year 2000. He had options after his presidential term in Finland. As a former high-level UN diplomat, he was offered significant international tasks as well, but he instead thought that the world is still missing an independent organization that could tackle some of the vicious root causes of conflicts through mediation and dialogue. So he founded the organization to prevent and resolve violent political conflicts. He firmly believes still that all conflicts can be resolved, and so do we at CMI. So what has happened in the past 23 years is that from a very small 5-person strong support function to his activities, CMI, according to Martti's vision, has now turned into a professional team of 100 experts active in 4 different regions and 2 thematic areas. And I'd say that CMI is quite unique in the Nordic setting. There are other organizations who have activities that are very similar to ours, but many of these organizations are either founded by the state or linked to the state, a state agency, or they do research or have a multi-mandate perspective. But CMI is very much focused on dialogue and mediation still. And the independence of the organization lies on a couple of pillars. It's independent analysis that drives and informs our work, the initiatives we take. We are independent in our decision making. We don't have a governing board made of donors. And finally, the funding base is broad enough to ensure our independence. Then how has the Nordic canvas, the background, served CMI in its work? I think it has really been important for us that we have the Nordic background, the Finnish background, and this was also our founders' vision to really embrace the achievements in the Nordic societies. But as Marco said very rightly, peace cannot be exported. We can only offer inspiration and support. We can offer models, we can offer views and insights and organize study visits for conflict parties in their different contexts, but they will have to come up with the solutions themselves. So CMI feels that we are accompanying them and supporting them in their journey. And of course, one critical point is that we only act upon request. We don't impose our services onto anyone, but only go when we are asked to and leave when we are asked to go. So over the past days, we've heard many of the attributes that are linked to Nordic countries. We are seen as pragmatic, discreet. We don't have a colonial background. We don't have skin in the game, so to speak. We are attached to multilateral systems and also have a fairly good track record in peacemaking. And this works very well in support of CMI's mission as well. But also I do want to still make a point about the Finnish background, which is different from perhaps the Nordic image or brand a little bit. Yesterday we had about 200 years of peace in the Nordic region, which is not quite accurate actually in terms of Finnish history. And when we work with conflict parties and sort of explain who we are and where we come from, I think the Finnish, the bloody history of Finland actually resonates quite well. We were a development country not much more than 100 years ago. We went from autonomy to independence to very brutal civil war, came through that somehow and started building the strong institutions and the social cohesion that then manifested in the Winter War. And then again, after those wars, how was the society built and how come we are now on top of many indexes and the happiest country in the world, believe it or not. And this is the story that resonates, and also our geopolitical position that has never changed and will never change next to a very big neighbor that we have to take into account. So this is the background. And then a few words, if you still allow, on complementarity. How the Nordic peace ecosystem works from the point of view of an independent organization or NGO. There's the state actors responsible, of course, for any activities in the multilateral systems, state actors who can offer services, good offices, and so on and so forth. Then the NGO actors who can support these things, work or serve as a secretariat, help with questions around access, and of course vice versa. But there's in the Nordic countries, I think the cooperation between the state and the NGO actors in this field is a statement of a very strong society in itself. So we work quite closely with the Finnish MFA, Norwegian MFA, and the Swedish MFA, and really value very highly the support they give to us and enable us to work. It goes very much beyond funding, but I have to say funding is a great deal, and the support these Nordic governments offer to independent actors also beyond Nordic countries has a systemic impact, and I really hope that this will not change. So yeah, maybe these are my opening points.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Hanna. Excellent comments. We continue directly to Isabel Bramsen. I know you have a PowerPoint.
I do, but not an actual PowerPoint. It's just pictures, sort of to wake you up at this very last hour of the conference. I mean, but I will relate to the pictures. It's not just for fun. I want to sort of take point of departure in these opening remarks in a report that was also mentioned yesterday that I conducted with a colleague of mine, Anina Hegemann, who was at the scene yesterday. And this report we were asked to do by the Nordic Council on sort of Nordic cooperation on peace and sort of conflict resolution. And the report is called New Nordic Peace. And when we sort of were asked to do so, we of course consulted researchers as we are. We consulted the literature, you know, what is the Nordic model on peace? And there we fell over the professor of University of Copenhagen, Anders Wivel, saying anyone trying to look for a Nordic model for peace will be really challenged. This is, I mean, it's not a thing any longer. This was 2017, he said that. And then we're like, okay, interesting. But then we traveled to all the Nordic capitals and talked to people at the MFA, at CMI, and different sort of conflict resolution organizations. And there actually we found a different story, which is much more story of sort of bottom up, that maybe if we look at the policy papers or sort of the academic papers on Nordic, on the Nordic model for peace, it's maybe less of a thing. But if we look, talk to people working on peace and conflict at an everyday basis, well, it was very much a story of, well, in the field, yes, of course we work together. You know, but it's much more organic. It's not like necessarily written into policy documents and so on, but it's in practice it just happens, one of the interviewers said. So that's why at the front page of the report we have this beautiful picture of memoration, which is this, you know, bird formation where, you know, on the ground, or this is actually in the air, they move, you know, much more organically according to each other. It's not like this is the direction, let's go. It's more like, you know, whatever, very this pragmatic approach, what happens in the air, in the field. And that's why we had this picture. And I have another picture that maybe should have been the front page, at least. It is very cute with the Nordic ministers from at least 4 Nordic countries, sort of, not ministers, but ambassadors to Canada at the time, celebrating Christmas together. And I think this sort of shows this very sort of, you know, in practice, in the everyday, you know, we work together and we, you know, celebrate Christmas. You know, many of the people told us that whenever you are assigned as ambassador to a new context, well, the first thing you do when you land or just before you land is you contact your other Nordic ambassadors, colleagues, to see, okay, what's at stake here, you know, sharing information, ways of working, and that is really sort of the core of why we end up working together in many of you know, contexts abroad, is that we share values, we share ways of working, this pragmatic approach, and also we can multiply influence on the ground if we work together. And then I have to admit that when we first talked about the front page of this report, which apparently will be central to my just opening remarks here, is that we had this idea of this picture, and or at least something similar, where there were like, now I think there are 7 swans here, but there were like 5 swans, you know, moving along together to create peace, but then suddenly it hit us, no, this is all wrong. It looks like this, you know, one-directional, you know, bird formation of the 5 Nordic white swans coming to save the world kind of thing. And then we, you know, it hit us how awful of kind of a metaphor this would be, and not just because of its symbolism, but also it didn't really fit at all the sort of interviews we had with diplomats of the Nordic countries. So we went with this bird formation that was much more this organic going together, and I think actually because what came out in the interviews was, yes, we work together on the ground, but we do it in an sort of we ended up calling a non-exclusive Nordic collaboration, meaning it's not just the Nordics, you know, the bloc, you know, going together. It's very much collaborating with all kinds of other actors. You can think of the Friends of Mediation, with Finland collaborating with Turkey, initiating the Friends of Mediation. And in Norway collaborating with Cuba when it comes to peace talks in Colombia and so on. So all kinds of North-South collaborations, but the main thing here is that the other Nordics, they support behind the scenes. So that's also the case for, you know, campaigns for the UN Security Council and other things. It's not like now we come together, these 5 Nordic white swans to save the world kind of thing, but much more, you know, also not this maybe, but much more it is, you know, non-exclusive Nordic collaboration with all kinds of partners, but then supporting each other more pragmatically behind the scenes. I don't know if we have more time, or you would...
Well, we will have time to get back to that. Thanks very much for also a very thoughtful and interesting image of, and very visual image of how Nordic cooperation functions in practice. And we will continue on the track of how it works in practice with you, Hayden, you've worked in all corners of the world for different humanitarian organizations, and now you are working at WHO. So what's your perspective on Nordic cooperation, how it functions?
Indeed. I probably have a slightly different take compared to my fellow panelists, because we have peace researchers and then we have a mediator. There's been lots of gloom and doom, but also lots of inspiration, luckily as well. Revisiting the model, I have been drinking the Kool-Aid, because as you said, I'm working for the World Health Organization. And I think sort of based on the conversation that we've had, I think there is a red thread that we kind of agree that if there is such a thing as a Nordic model, that there is a need for a revision. Just to put it out there, a couple of sort of potential elephants in the room, and also things we have touched on and other things we have not touched on at all. One of the first points on observation that I wanted to mention was, I mean, we've talked about gender equality. That's a big part of the Nordic brand, right? But in addition to that, and I know CIPRI has done some work on this as well as the World Health Organization, that health is a main enabler for peace. So if we were to revise the model of the Nordic peace model, health could be a strong input into that. A good example would be if you think about the pandemic, COVID-19, where you had suddenly across the world, that was a global issue where people felt threatened in terms of public health, even in the countries where people would have thought that they were somewhat untouchable. But it basically showed to us very sort of black and white that when health is threatened, you sort of threaten people's human security, human safety, etc., etc. And another example, also from the pandemic, would be in terms of the vaccines, because the distribution of the vaccines was unfair. So that sort of clearly showed us the inequality, and that then could have triggered into something. Well, there were diplomatic rows, and there were accusations, let's say, not necessarily global south, global north, but in more sort of complex channels. That's one issue, how health could be a potential sort of tool if you wanted to revise the model. Another thing that I wanted to bring up, just an observation, I thought it would come up in the past 2 days, but it never did, well, or at least possibly in a very sort of limited extent, and that's cracks in the Nordic image, in the identity of the Nordic countries being sort of leaders when it comes to human rights, being leaders when it comes to certain values. Does it matter that what has happened in the past couple of decades, let's say in national politics, we can talk about refugee and migrant policies in the Nordic countries as an example. We can talk about the violence in Sweden in the past couple of weeks, right? And even how much money and resources the Nordic countries are putting into peace research and when they talk about it or if they talk about it at all. That's one issue. Is this an issue? Is this undermining the Nordic peace brand if we want to push it? And then finally, and then I'll stop, and then we can move on to take questions from the audience. This came up yesterday. What does it mean when we talk about punching above one's weight? Does that necessarily have to do with the size of a population? Because there is a thin line somewhere there. We have this self-perceived idea about, well, that's how it's been sort of read, and it's kind of a negative way of reading into it. This sort of superiority, moral superiority of the Nordic countries. And then on the other hand, you have some sense of inferiority, and you need to strike a balance there. So how do you sort of, where do you strike that balance, and which issues do you push? I came across, and I wanted to read it out. It's a paragraph from a Norwegian Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's 17 years old, but I think it's still valid. I believe there are two aspects of the new Norwegian character that we should be wary of. One is a tendency to be big-headed. We can come to believe that we are bigger than we are, that we in our peaceful corner of the world know best how others should resolve their most complex crises. The other is at the opposite end of the scale, a tendency to believe that we are smaller than we are, that we are unable to make any real difference. This is also wrong. Now, these are the words of Jonas Gahr Støre in 2006, and he's still in politics, as we know. He then continued and talked about that the Nordic peace model could not be used to promote Norway, and that it couldn't be used to sell Norwegian salmon, is actually where he ended up. But basically, I think the words are still valid, and it's something that we should keep in mind. And my final thought would be that in terms of punching above one's weight, I think we should be deliberately doing that. And we should sort of leave that as a thing of the past, and that we should continue promoting that model, a certain model that would then need to be revised.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now you've heard what we can call a scene setter about the traits of the Nordic peace model, what it has traditionally been associated with, but also problems. Is this, as we've heard, the dinosaurs relying on a liberal world order that is no longer the reality? Or is this pragmatic Nordic approach maybe something that should be safeguarded and also developed for the future? But I want to open up. I know we have a mic here, and we have one question over there. It's difficult to see exactly with the light here, but I see one question there and a second one, and please, and a third one here. So maybe we can take 3 questions at a time, and then we will go to the question, to the first round of questions. Yes, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Petra Granholm. I come from the Åland Island Peace Institute. Åland is an island in between Finland and Sweden. At the Peace Institute, we have one of our main tasks is to present the Åland example to other parts of the world that are interested in what Finland and Sweden and other countries has achieved in Åland. The Åland solution consisting of the autonomy, the demilitarization and neutralization, and the minority protection. So I, of course, come from a privileged minority. But today we have also heard about the plight of the Sami in the wind power development in Norway. And we know we have other examples of that the Nordics maybe not are always doing so well when it comes to minority protection and of course also indigenous populations. So my question is maybe twofold. First of all, we present the Åland example exactly as an example because we are very aware that, as Marco said, peace cannot be exported. It has to be made locally, so it can only be an inspiration. It's not a model. But I would like to ask you, can we still use the Nordic examples of peace in peacemaking abroad, but also reverse? Is there something that the Nordic countries could learn from the global south, not from peers like in the northern hemisphere, rather from the global south? Are there not imports we can do, but are there things we can learn? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thanks. The lady in orange.
Thank you, Sanna Mandolini from ICANN. I wanted to follow up on the last point about the Nordic image and actually pose something for the audience and for the Icelandic Presidency of the Nordic Council. Given what's happening right now in Israel and Palestine, the issue that we're faced with is that you have the Hamas massacre, which is horrific and unconscionable, and the Palestinians are going to be haunted by it forever in terms of how they're going to be treated. And at the same time, we have Israel dropping phosphorus on Gaza, using water, energy, and food as weapons, and carpet bombing the place. And these are all war crimes as well. And the United States has just come in and said that they're going to support them 1,000%. The question that I have for Nordic countries and others is that if we collectively, as smaller countries and as Europeans and others, stand aside in silence while this is happening, or support the United States because they're the big boy and we do them like that we do as we did with Afghanistan, essentially what we're doing is we're becoming complicit in enabling war crimes and, more importantly, kicking the already very wobbly peace and security architecture and international rules and laws and everything that we've all grown up with, kicking it really down to the ground, right? To what end? And so my question is, isn't this the moment for Nordic countries and for Europe to stand up and actually criticize both what Hamas did, but also not stand against what Israel is doing, not only because it's wrong in Israel, but it's actually because it's bad for us and for the future of what we're standing for. And bearing in mind that if Israel and the United States can do this with Gaza, Russia's going to do exactly the same thing with Ukraine. If food can be weaponized in the case of Gaza, they're going to do it in the case of Ukraine. So the implications are huge. The entire world is watching this, and it's exactly the same story as what happened with Afghanistan and the Taliban. It doesn't stay there. What happens in Gaza doesn't stay in Gaza. What happens in Afghanistan doesn't stay in Afghanistan. So are we at a point where, as societies and as our countries, we're willing to stand up and say, enough of this, we need to stand for the values? So the Nordic image question comes into mind. Thank you, sorry for the long intervention.
We have a third question here at the front. It's the first table here.
Oh. Mitra Hedman from Ocean Integrity, Iceland. My question is about, this was an amazing event. I enjoyed it very much. Everything was perfect, very professionally done. But how much of the peace funds go to research and you know, events and champagne parties. I'm sorry to say it like that because I've been few of other organizations that overhead is much more than what translates to what is for, you know. Is it any statistic, is any figures you say that this is how much it goes for the talking about peace and how much does it really go to peace making?
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, we have 3 questions. How can we use the Nordic example to other peace settings, but also how can the Nordic peace model, what can we learn from other peace and especially what's mentioned in the Global South? The second is how can the Nordics play a role in what's unfolding in Israel and Hamas, Gaza right now, and more specifically, can the Nordics set limits on what is expected to be Israeli counterstrike, which we don't see from other Western powers. And the third question, which is a tricky one, is how much is going to the peace conferences. And I will open up. Do you want to take a stab, Marco?
Yeah, I can, and perhaps I'm concentrating on the first question because I found it easier to answer, and not as a kind of a controversial and complex, and I don't have statistics for the last one. But I think it's open up the main themes that we had discussing. How are there Nordic models for peace, and how Nordic models would kind of works for the others? And I know that there have been kind of several kind of people. CME has done it, as some other organizations that bring people of conflict areas to visit in Åland. Åland see as an example of territorial autonomy, how kind of the manage an issue. I'm just wondering what are the results on these. Is this a particular situated, historically created context? So I suppose there have been also people from Azerbaijan, Armenia, and it would be wonderful solution for Nagorno-Karabakh. But the realities are different. So then there's a limit how we can use these kind of models. I know it's a wonderful story also how the Nordics, which fought so many wars during the centuries, becoming slowly in the 19th century, early 20th century, an area which you can even imagine any kind of a conflict among them. So there's a good narratives, but can they be as such being kind of brought? I think that we perhaps too much think about that we are the excellent model and nothing is wrong here. It is a good narrative to tell. And then the Sami example is great, that this is the kind of image to be kind of a progressive, something, everything is fine here, we just go there, and ignoring the kind of all our problems, seeing that this peace we have no problem with that. And I think that there's not many kind of committees putting in the Sami to see examples how we are working with the Sami people. So that's one good example. For the second questions, I think that it's perhaps it's Nordics image is to be more on seeing us as a kind of so far as a peace nation, kind of excellent in fighting on national action plans for women's security, but not taking this kind of strong positions on charging and taking kind of separate from other liberal powers, where the Nordics still a part of them. So I think this is understandable in that perspective that why Nordic are not taking any kind of a different position than the other European or US powers at the moment. So it's obvious, and I think we are going more in that direction, that we're standing on the same side. Just, yeah.
Very good. Hanna?
Excellent questions. Thank you for those, and excellent inputs from Marco already. Certainly, I believe that we have a lot to learn. We are not in a position to teach the world, and I think that's not the right approach, and we try not to do that at CMI, at least. I can vouch for that. It's all about, of course, listening was mentioned already today and yesterday, listening to other parts of the world and their experiences and learnings is, of course, very crucial. And then on the Nordics taking a more vocal role in the current situation in Palestine and Israel, I think the Nordic countries, as you said, are not very vocal usually, but I think there are differences also between the Nordics. I think the most discreet and silent Nordic country might be Finland.
Yes, it is.
There's the civil society in Finland very frequently demands for more vocal action and speaking out, but that hasn't been the policy, and I don't see that changing very, very soon. Sweden perhaps has been most vocal, especially in terms of human rights questions. On funding, I think most of the funding for peace efforts, at least in my organization, is development aid funding. It's ODA, and that is very strictly guided how to spend that money. So I can assure you that conferences like these, where the field gathers and exchanges, are a very tiny part of the budget that we spend. Even though I would be willing to defend also these events, even though they are far away from the actual conflict settings, and the sort of discrepancy here is of course something we all feel. Policy exchange is critical and advances the field, and meeting colleagues is absolutely necessary. And as was mentioned yesterday, the decision makers and research and practice people should come together even more. So somehow that also has to be funded. But it's a small drop in the ocean.
Thank you, Isabel.
Thanks a lot for excellent interventions and questions. Firstly, on indigenous populations, sure, there's a lot we can learn, and Sweden can learn from Canada and elsewhere. And also, I'm Danish, so I know more about the case of Greenland and the sort of relationship between Denmark and Greenland. And here, suddenly, Greenland, people from Greenland learn from other places in the world in terms of decolonization and sort of how, for example, right now they just finally got the right to speak their own language in our parliament, for example. So things like that, my impression is that it's very much people from Greenland learning from other processes of decolonization. So that's one point. When it comes to funding, if we sort of, I will come back to your questions, and I'm also, but when it comes to funding, I want to emphasize, I mean, I come from a country with no Peace Research Center. There was COPRI, the Copenhagen Peace Research Center, that was closed down in 2001. Also no master degree or bachelor degree in peace research, and it is related to policy. It is, we need peace research, as I see it, for, you know, of course, teaching students that will then come into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and change, or at least affect the foreign policy, but also just to be linked up to the other Nordic countries, and also, for example, in the media, being the only one focusing on peace talks in Denmark. Even though I work in Sweden, the media have to come to me when it comes to speaking about the Peace Prize or any kind of peace mediation efforts or something like that. So it is important that we have knowledge on these things, and I think the case of Denmark is really critical as a case of lack of peace research. Peter Wallensten, the Swedish professor of peace research from Uppsala University, once called Denmark like a black hole when it comes to peace research. That was not, but it's kind of, it is true. And I mean, yes, it's, you know, we have these conferences and so on, but I do think, as you mentioned, also like coming together, peace researchers with practitioners, and also if you compare it to the military research, you know, at least in the case of Denmark, which I know the most about, it's huge. So there's a lot and if you look at how much money is put into military efforts, it's of course, you know, mind-blowing. So I think that's more the fight we have to have, rather than sort of having meetings or not, because meetings are critical for making connections and relations and exchanging information and experience. And then finally, Israel-Palestine, and I guess just a broader comment on sort of the Nordics, Europe, not just lining up behind the US. And I think that is really a critical point for, for the future, and something that, the last 10, 20 years, at least in the case of Denmark, less so for the other Nordic countries. So I'm a bit afraid, with the Sweden and Finland joining NATO, whether it will be even more, just lining up behind the US. We even had a Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs saying in public TV, we don't even need a foreign policy, we just do whatever the US tells us to. I mean, he said that out loud. And that has been very much the policy. And when it comes to Israel, or Palestine, Israel, that's certainly the case. When it comes to the invasion of Iraq, when it comes to Afghanistan, Libya, it's huge. So, and for the future, I think it's really, really important when we have a great power rivalry between the US and China, where will Europe, where will the Nordic countries sort of place themselves in that conundrum when if we have some kind of military conflict over Taiwan, where will we just line up behind the US, or will we be able to be more flexible mediators, pulling the strings behind the scenes, not of course giving up on democracy or anything like that, but certainly think through how can we not just line up behind the US. I think that's critical.
Thanks. Heide.
On the first question, yes, I absolutely think that there is a need for the values that the Nordic model sort of has tried to uphold. And I think definitely that there is more opportunity when you do it as a united Nordic bloc, if possible. Of course, there are differences, as we've talked about. And then again, and I think this might even be from some of your work, Marco or Isabel, that some of the values of Scandinavia and the Nordic countries, they've been taken on board or taken over by, let's say, the European Union, et cetera, in the policies they push. So then we're going back into the Nordic model having to be modernized and being revised. On the issue of Israel-Palestine, I probably have I have a personal view, of course. I've worked in Gaza, and personally I would be of the view that I would personally like to see a stronger stance on what's happening in Gaza. But then again, this probably also goes back to the point that I raised earlier. What is it that the Nordic countries stand for? And if that then goes against for what the model is, the Nordic peace model.
Okay, thanks very much. And of course, Israel-Gaza is a super complicated issue. We have also Norway taking a very strong ownership of the Oslo process, and it has more been that has been the leading Nordic actor on that. We have Sweden recognizing Palestine, but today with a government that is more leaning on cutting aid, such as Denmark and Sweden did yesterday, and several actors are warning of collective punishment. So it's not a situation where there is a bloc of Nordic countries acting in the same way, but they are moving in different directions. This is also something that we would have liked to touch upon, how the Nordics are developing. Are they becoming more homogeneous, or are they actually moving in a different direction? But I will open up for a last round of questions before we close. We started a little bit late, so I hope that we will be given the grace by the arrangers of 5 extra minutes. So please. We have a question here and there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to stand up. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to be here. Of course, we have been talking about this, the whole conference and everything, but I would love to hear what you have to say. And my question is, what specific initiative or policies do you believe that the Nordic countries can collectively pursue to promote peace and stability, both within the region and on a global scale? And how could youth organizations be an active partners in these efforts?
Excellent. Thanks very much. We have had another question here at the first table.
Hello, my name's Loana. I'm a freelance journalist and writing this up, amongst other things. I think from yesterday, I thought that the words truth and dialogue were like key words that kept cropping up. And today, agency was like a key word. What's your opinion on please.
Okay, thanks. Agency. Well, agency. So do we have a third question?
Sorry, I said actually, as I say, truth and dialogue, trust and dialogue.
Trust and dialogue
Yeah.
agency. Okay, good. Then I turn to the panel, and I will give you all a possibility to respond. And also, as we are approaching the end of the panel, if you have any thoughts on like the Nordic peace model for the future. We have been touching upon this subject, in what direction are we heading? And based on the discussions, based on your interventions and the previous discussions, what do you see as a model for the future Nordic? So I will reverse the direction and start with you, Hayden, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure. In terms of the future of the Nordic model, and I think I mentioned this earlier, I would bet on a unified model rather than national Nordic, basically single states. And then what we have been exporting, based sort of, using some of the elements of the older model, gender equality being one of them, and then building on that. There has been a lot to take on board in the past 2 days, lots of inspirational ideas. That would be my take on the Nordic model in the future. And in terms of the youth organizations, and then I came to think of the climate movement and the role that youth has played in that. Yes, I think there is a huge potential. And also having worked in this field, and I think it came from Sanam yesterday in the debates, that the imbalance that you have when you look at research into warfare, and then you have, on the other side, you have research into peace, and then the financial resources that are spent on armament, and then the resources that go to peace research. So yes, that's huge potential that's unused, as far as I see.
Thanks. Thanks. Isabel?
Thanks a lot. Is the microphone okay? I had to, yeah, perfect. No, so, well, maybe, I don't know, trust, dialogue, agency, I'm not sure. I mean, these are critical elements of peace. There's a whole very interesting discussion on trust, whether it's really about trust in peace talks, for example, or is it trust in the other that's important, or is it more trust in the process? So there's all kinds of very interesting things to say about that, and sort of Nordic diplomacy, dialogue, of course, agencies, critical supporting agency of well, women, local partners, everything. So I'm not sure what more to say on that. When it comes to sort of ideas for Nordic collaboration and sort of youth, for sure there's been a big sort of climate youth movement, but what about a big youth movement for peace? That hasn't really been a thing, and I think it's interesting why so, and even there's been some I mean, at least in Denmark, I know, you know, there's been some sort of tension between the old peace movement and sort of a more new movement trying to resist the old peace movement, a youth sort of frank of that. So I think it's interesting, you know, what could a Nordic youth peace movement look like? What would they fight for? And I think that relates to sort of the question that you posed in terms of what would the Nordic model go for in the future when it comes to peace mediation, peace diplomacy. And here, if we could turn on the PowerPoint again, I wanted to, like, just shortly, if not, doesn't matter, have pictures from, this is an example during the Cold War, where the Danish Prime Minister Jens Otto Krag invited Khrushchev to his home, this is 1964, to his small townhouse to sort of nudge him to, you know, be, to generate detente basically between the US and the Soviet at the time. And also another example is the Helsinki Accords from 75. So I think these examples from during the Cold War, I think these could be relevant to sort of rethink in today's world of sort of increasing sort of geopolitical rivalry and so on between US, China, Russia, and so on. Could the Nordics do something to have, to support diplomacy at this level? So not just us coming to other countries and, help them mediate their conflicts, but also really think about the conflicts that we are involved in terms of sending weapons to Ukraine and so on. Could we do anything diplomatically to help this out? And I think the meeting that was held in Copenhagen on the war in Ukraine is an example in point, but much more, I think, could be done in this regard. So that will be my final comment.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Isabel. And Hannah?
Thanks. First about the youth, inclusion of youth in peace processes. I think your question is very accurate and something to be taken very seriously. The youth peace and security agenda, of course, is still a bit younger than the women peace and security, and we are still waiting perhaps to see the full implementation of that agenda in different national action plans and so on and so forth. But I think it is something that we need to include in our programming and planning when we design processes and interventions and take that seriously. And there are a number of good examples across the world already how that really can be made work, and not just as an add-on, like there's a youth forum separately somewhere, and then the sort of adults meet in the serious meeting, but to really foster real inclusion of young people whose future we are talking about. So that's really a great point to be made. And also, perhaps if you want to look up Ahtisaari Days that CMI is working on, where we bring conflict resolution skills to school environments and sort of try to make that a thing that everyone can practice in their daily lives, and sort of sensitivize the young people to questions of peace and conflict. Then about the critical terms of agency, trust and dialogue, these are absolutely some of the key terminology for peacemaking, and something that we are planning to hold on very tightly to. Women's political agency was discussed earlier in the feminist session, feminist research session today. Very excellent points were raised there, so I can't top those up, but really agency is of course a key issue. Then on the Nordic model and where that is going to end up, that's of course not something that we can determine here in this panel, but I would also, as Hedin was saying, hope that some sort of unity is to be found and the cooperation becomes even more strategic. And I would perhaps call for even more deliberate cooperation within the ecosystem that we have in the Nordic countries. The state actors, the private actors, different NGOs working in the field, but also looking into different sectors across the field. There's a lot of talk about the triple nexus, actors in the humanitarian field and development field. I would really like to be in a conference where that is tackled, the cooperation in the nexus, but from the Nordic perspective. I think there's something to look into, especially if we want to perhaps take a step away from over-securitizing peace.
Thanks very much, Hannah. So, Marco, some last remarks.
Yeah, that's a challenge. I'll start with the agency. I use these keywords in here, and I think that in a way, talking about and looking for this kind of a Nordic unity or Nordic kind of doing something together is perhaps in wrong way. I'm more seeing that the kind of the peace ecosystem is very diverse, and the Nordic voices are also diversity. Accept this diversity of voices, opinion, and position is a richness of the Nordics, and not looking for so much of a kind of a Nordic unity. But we needed a dialogue within the peace ecosystems. That it's perhaps an issue that there will be, and this is why we need kind of have this kind of a meetings, another kind of meetings, bringing together kind of those who are working with the peace as a researchers, as a practitioners, as a policymakers. That is certainly kind of important to creating kind of this knowledge exchange in many ways. Then what I'm saying that what the Nordics, well, for the first thing, the Nordic model is saying that we have to either refine it or get rid of that altogether, because it's a bit of burden. It always led to the idea that the Nordic is somewhere excellent, superior, have a kind of more progressive than the others. And it's hard to get the Nordic models without that. So maybe not even talk about that, but we can probably avoid that. But you have to do something. You have to have more humble. You have to, and I think my ideal case is I'm afraid that the development is going more on instrumentalization or securitizing peace. But I want to see that the peacemaking is not something we call to for the others. It's concerning us. It may be some issues are very close to us, like we talk about how we kind of support Ukrainians. That's a real concept. But all of the things, all kind of climate change, is all kind of building up this common globe, the common systems, the global kind of a multilateral system which are emerging there. So that it's not somewhere else. It's concerning us. And Nordics can be in the past, Nordic actors as trust builders, creating untrusted relationships. They cannot alone to do perhaps much, but they are very much needed as a separate actors and not only be a kind of within these kind of Western bloc, but they have, I think that it's afraid, but hopefully Nordics continue to do the peace promotion also in the future.
Okay, thanks very much for that critical but also thought-provoking call for reinventing the Nordic model, if we will stick to it. Isabel, you have 2 fingers in the air.
Is it possible, just 2 fingers? I just wanted to add, one thing is that we shouldn't be this Nordic bloc going to other countries together. This is our thing, you know, supporting peace, the Nordic peace model in that regard. But when it comes to foreign policy, I think it will be absolutely critical that we collaborate more. So the Nordic Council of Ministers doesn't include foreign policy. And if we had more on that, I think we'll be more able to, you know, not just line up behind the US in the case of Palestine, Israel, and other cases, but actually to have a more joint foreign policy. So I just wanted to flag that. So when it comes to, you know, solving other people's conflicts, you know, there we can, not have a Nordic model. But when it comes to foreign policy, I think it's critical that we have more collaboration.
Excellent. And there are several questions that we haven't discussed, such as NATO membership consequences for what does it mean for the Nordic countries. But we hope that you will bring all these questions to after the closing remarks. The closing remarks will continue the path on youth involvement, and we will hear them soon. And sorry for expanding a little bit on the time given. But thank you very much to all of you for being engaged, putting good questions, and a special thanks to the panel.
So we're getting to the end, but now we have a really interesting intervention by Anna Elisabeth Jensdatter, who is the Vice President of the Nordic Youth Council. At some point now, we will actually see some wine being brought into the room. It's because if you go quietly, you can grab a glass, and then you are ready for what comes after the speech, but very quietly then, of course. But now I yield the floor to Anna Elisabeth.
Hi, thank you so much for passing me the floor. My name is Anne Jensdatter, and I stand here in front of you today because I represent all 60 youth political parties in the Nordic countries. The Nordic Youth Council encompasses all these parties, and we meet up once a year to pass resolutions. Thus, we are the embodiment of youth engagement in the Nordic countries. So I hope you can give me attention. There are only 10 minutes left. I know your phones are tempting to look at, but I'll do my best to be entertaining. My birth year was one of hope. Me and my twin brother were born in the year 2000. And as humanity looked into a new millennium, the unrelenting optimism from previous decades became our Christian gifts. I'm a child of the promised generation. I'm a child conceived and born in the year of glittering tomorrows. The tomorrows where soon all humans would be free from the enslavement of extreme poverty, where wars didn't rage, and when the world truly would be one with dignity and liberty for all. Those tomorrows were promised to us, to me, the promised generation. It is our birthright. And yet, reality did not match dream. The world is once again faced with retreat. And as we've heard from many speakers on the stage, democracies are eroding, women's rights are rolled back, and wars are yet again raging. The world is not as promised. A superhero in a children's cartoon once told me that with great power comes great responsibility. I guess cartoons can be indoctrinating because I believe in that. And I also believe that with great privilege comes great responsibility. And we, the citizens of the Nordic countries, are the most privileged human beings in the history of humanity. Thus, our responsibility is great. Yesterday, we heard from both Amina Mohammed and activists such as Bruno Ogate, Sanam Adalini, Maubabis Siraj, and Pashtana Durrani, and I'm sorry I just butchered those names, but very important names. And they told us how Nordic countries can play a paramount role in international politics and in reforming the multilateral political institutions. The need for reforming the UN was called upon by many a speaker, and so was the need for implementing mechanisms that hold institutions accountable. We should be leaders on that agenda. We were called upon not just to give lofty speeches, but to also be front runners when it comes to human rights, to apply the same pressure we've applied on Russian oligarchs on the leaders of Taliban. And we're told that how it's perhaps not in spite of our small size, but rather because of our small size, we might have the ability to truly make an impact internationally. I believe that's correct. However, though the small size of our nation has been mentioned many times, we should not forget that we together pose as the 11th biggest economy in the world. And money talks. Beautiful speeches make sounds, but money talks. The 11th biggest economy can channel a lot of money and a lot of peace if we listen to the professionals and the people on the ground on how we best channel that money. I thank the panelists today and yesterday for sharing their insights with us. Make the money talk, peace and not war. I think that's a good summary of many of the interesting panel debates we've been listening to. I hope those in Nordic countries with power will listen. Yesterday, Gudamund Halfdansson, and I probably just butchered that name as well, said, "I am a historian. I don't even have to think about the present, just the past." Well, as a child of the promised generation, I believe we not only think of, but also are, the past, present, and the future. I'm here to represent the Nordic youth at this conference, and I pass my deepest thanks to the Icelandic government and the other Nordic governments for including us, for listening to us. The Northern commitment to youth involvement is truly unique and should be spread globally. So what is the state of youth in the Nordic countries? Which policies are lit in the hearts of the politically engaged young people, you might ask? Well, since I speak on the behalf of 60 youth parties, I hope you'll listen and believe me when I say, I experienced a promised generation that is also a responsible generation. a generation that demands the promises that were made to us. We are willing to sacrifice at the blade of climate action initiatives and to live with the economic consequences of standing up to China and other tyrannies. That is something we share and fight for within our mother parties. The recent panel mentioned how there isn't a youth peace movement in the Nordic countries, and I disagree with that. Our peace looks different than it did in the 70s. There is strong beliefs in institutions such as NATO among all youth parties, and even the socialist parties of the 1970s now wish for NATO engagement. And also, please keep in mind that the climate movements are also peace movements. We have peace movements, they just don't look as yours. As I look out into this room, I look at people vested with powers, with your advanced vocabularies, distinguished degrees, your world-leading large salaries, and dressed in suits and heels. You speak of ivory towers and of solutions that cause peace. You even discussed how on earth you could get out of those ivory towers and down to us, the people on the ground, without those distinguished degrees, world-leading salaries, and who aren't dressed in suits and high heels. And that made me smile, because I wonder how many of you, like my 13-year-old little sister, refuse to eat meat or buy non-second-hand products. I wonder how many of you, like my best friend, give up 10% of your paycheck before taxes. And taxes are quite high in Nordic countries, so it's a lot, to charities. I wonder how many of you, like my ex-boyfriend, refuse to fly and instead spend days on shitty public transportation. I wonder how many of you, like me, spend most of your free time talking with youth and discussing ideas of peace, spreading the word. Probably not that many. I don't say this to point fingers, I just say to provoke, because that is my lot as a young person. But I wonder how many of you would ever be willing to sacrifice as much for the future as so many young people born in the millennium of the 2000s do right now. Because come on, it is entirely possible for you to live the same way. So why don't you? Why don't you buy second-hand goods? Why are you so mad if we say you should eat less red meat? Why do you not feel any responsibility when you take an airplane and emit so much CO2? I hope you'll think about that on your plane home today. Amina Mohammed said that the one commodity the UN has is hope. Ingebjørg Gisladottir countered that by saying that she did not have hope, but she had faith. My grandma, min højt elskede farmor, sat on a fence on a sunny April day and watched as the Nazis invaded our home country. Darkness then engulfed the streets of Denmark, as it was mandated by the occupiers to bar the windows at night and hide all light. And in that darkness, when light went into forced hiding, when oppression, death, and cruelty ruled in the streets of Denmark, and when it seemed impossible to ever again regain freedom, hope was more necessary than food. It's easy to give up on hope, but giving up on hope is a privilege only afforded to those of us who are God-blessed enough to live in society like ours. We don't need hope, thus we can afford to not hope. But I believe that's wrong. Each year on the 4th of May, my grandma lights a candle in her window to commemorate the light and the hope that always shone and which always shines, though it's forced into hiding under the regimes of oppression. Hope is what caused change, and that's why I'm hopeful. When the cruelty of the Second World War was defeated and my grandma was old enough to marry, her golden wedding band barred her from getting a bank account. As we heard in yesterday's panel, Afghanistan had a female minister before women in our nations had the right to vote. We, the Nordic countries, are now the peak of gender equality, though this wedding ring, only a few decades ago, meant I would have lost my basic rights. This shows how hope is easy to forfeit, but we shouldn't. because change is possible. If nothing else, and that's what the last few decades in the Nordic countries have shown. Within 60, 70, 80 years, we have completely transformed our societies to something we'd never believed in 100 years ago. Thus, I think we should hope that that can happen in other countries as well. I am hopeful and I am grateful. I am grateful to be a woman of the promised generation and born in one of the Nordic countries. Grateful that I have access to education, to freedom, to democracy, unlike almost all women before me. And unlike so many of my sisters from the promised generation. I am grateful that I can stand here today and that I've been brought to this floor and you're listening to me right now. That is truly unique. Thank you so much for that. I am grateful that my twin brother is a man of the promised generation born in the Nordic countries. That he hasn't died fighting in rich men's evil wars. That he's raised with respect for women's rights and human dignity, unlike so many of his brothers born in the promised generation. I'm grateful that my 13-year-old little sister will not suffer death at the hands of childbirth, rape, and forced marriage, which is otherwise the leading cause of death for girls and women in my generation, the promised generation. I am hopeful because that gratitude is a consequence of only a few decades of action. I am a child of the promised generation. We, the brothers and sisters of the promised millennium, we, the people, we, the largest generation in the history of humanity, we who are both past, present, and future. We, the people, are the people of promise. And that is a promise I mean for us to keep. Thank you so much.
Well, this was a very tough act to follow, I must say. Thank you, Anna-Elisabeth, for these really inspiring words. So, we are almost at the end. You can see that there's actually wine available at the back of the room. Auðbirna and I want to thank you, all the speakers, all our wonderful speakers that have been participating here, giving us insights and perspectives that we need to process, that we need to continue working on, and we will certainly get back to you all on that. We also have a long list of other people to thank, of course, our collaborators in all of this. As it has been mentioned, and as you can see very clearly, this is, of course, part of the Icelandic Presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. So we really want to give a shout out to the Nordic Department of the Ministry for Foreign Affairs for their collaboration throughout, and the whole Ministry for Foreign Affairs, really, for all their participation. The same goes for the Nordic House. A few representatives from them are here as well. The City of Reykjavík, the University of Iceland, and of course, the Nordic Youth Council. Thank you so much. Yes.
And then all our wonderful Nordic colleagues and friends that have been participating here today and yesterday. So we give our thanks to the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, NUPI, Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, Tampere Peace Research Institute, TAPRI, Danish Institute of International Studies, DIS, Peace Research Institute, Oslo, PRIO, CMI Martti Ahtisaari Peace Foundation, and the Åland Island Peace Institute, and the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, FIA.
Obviously, we have a lot of really wonderful institutes in the Nordic region. Also, I would like to thank the excellent staff here at Harpa for their patience and tolerance with us and for solving all the technical issues that come up, and for all the wonderful food, and hopefully the lovely wine we'll have here very soon as well. And I'd also, if our lovely co-partners in all this from Komum, are they here, Helga?
Yes.
Thank you so much for all your support and assistance. Last but not least, our co-workers. All of you have to stand up now. So it's Rike and Heiða and Thomas and Kristmundur. But before you're all done with the applause, I'm going to tell you we would not be here today if it were not for Auður Birna. So, join me.
Okay, now for the fun part.
Now for the fun part. Is there something else we were going to say now? Yes, we're actually also going to thank all the participants online. You, unfortunately, will not have the opportunity of listening to our Eldjot, but we will here in the room. So thank you all for joining online, and goodbye. But for everyone here in the audience, we are now very, very happy to introduce to you our Eldjot. Thank you.